working with Michael and Chris, and where we were working with, and validation calls and all that kind of stuff. And thank you for all of that. I mean, basically the goal now is just kind of getting there at the end of the process. And by the end of today, you should hopefully be in a position to be able to make a fully informed decision. This is either the stars align, this is what you want to do, or maybe it's not the right thing for you. So I mean, that's really the goal. So there's no timeshare, presentation or hard sell or anything at the end of this day. And of course, this is still two-way, so this is a great opportunity for you guys to be here, to meet Costa, to meet Justin, and Cody, and Halsey, and get a sense of the team and get a sense of what their relationship will be like. We'll get a little deeper dive. Some things will peek under the hood, if you will, but there won't be anything to be like, oh my gosh, I know about that. It's really, you've got a good foundation of information out here. You're getting a little bit more info. And like I said, the whole goal is at the end for both sides to just be in that position to be the stars align, or they don't. If they do, then that'll be great. I'll be talking with you after today if there's an approval and you guys are interested in going forward. I'll be able to kind of help you through any remaining next steps to get you into that. So I think you're all familiar with Fran Devco. I think I talked with you. I'm the Chief Development Officer with Fran Devco. Basically, we're a force. A lot of experience, a couple hundred years plus in franchising. And we work with great emerging brands like Costa. And I partner with them, just help just make sure certain things are set up in the beginning, training, support, and whatnot. We love this brand. This brand is on fire right now for the last year, the last 6 months, twice in a row. They're the number one franchise organizations, FCC network, are the fastest growing number one franchise concept. So pretty cool position. So, all right, that's pretty much it. And I think you'll enjoy this day, and I'll wrap up at the end. So,
hey, Sean. Morning, everybody.
Morning.
I'm sorry
Morning.
to be at dinner last night. As Chuck probably told you, my daughter has double ear infections and found out she had RSV last night. So me and my wife were at the hospital because we have a 4-year-old. He's in that little minion phase. So it was a long night, but I appreciate you guys coming out, and I'm looking forward to getting to meet you today. So while my ambitions will never change, my priorities will always stay the same, and that's my family first always. So I appreciate you guys entertaining our staff that came in my place. Today is a fun day for us because I enjoy talking about the business because it's basically my third child, and I think what we're doing is something special within the industry. And so if any of you have been on the founders calls or listened to me talk for any extended period of time, you understand what we're trying to do. But Discovery Day is really about going through the nuts and bolts of the concept and exactly what separates us from everyone else and makes us a little bit different. So it's not working. I'm going to start off with a short intro about myself. I actually came from a background in finance. My background, I have an MBA and I have a Master's of Science in Finance from New England College. And I graduated in a time when there was a scarcity of jobs for young professionals my age. It was during that Great Recession, and it was tough to find a job. And so finance was the one avenue that was still seemed to have at least entry-level professional jobs. And I worked my way through different systems in TD Bank, which is retail banking, TD Ameritrade, which is brokerage, and then Merrill Lynch, and lastly, T. Rowe Price and asset management. And I kept going from place to place, job to job, organization to organization, wondering why nothing was sticking for me. And what it really came down to is I think that people who have entrepreneurial tendencies, it always scratches at, it's an itch that you got to scratch. And I think all of you are here because you probably have a similar itch that you want to scratch if you don't already have your own business to begin with. And so I thought that if I could find a business that didn't require all my attention, that I could do it on the side. Turns out I was having too much fun when I did start this business, and I jumped into it full time. I left my job at zero price. And I had no intention to, because I had several securities licenses. I was pretty invested in my career, obviously two higher degrees. And so I wasn't expecting to leave my very secure job, much to the dismay of my in-laws, and leave that security for something that was relatively risky. And so I was looking at business models to kind of mitigate that risk. And I found that the quick lube model was one that was manager centric, but not skilled manager centric. And to me, that means the manager can run, the full-time employees can run the store when the manager is having his day off. And so as long as there's continuity of the store, the example I like to use is a pizzeria. If your pizza maker goes down, you're closed for the day, unless you go in and make the pizzas yourself. If your manager calls out sick at a quick lube, you just have your full-time guys run the store intermittently until it comes back or has to be replaced. And so that was the appeal to me. And then I also saw there was some gaps in the industry and the services being provided by some of the legacy brands. And I felt there was ways to improve it. So I spent a lot of time at the time on Yelp, because Yelp was still relevant at the time. And reverse engineering the negative feedback that the other brands were getting and trying to figure out a model that was closer to what people wanted. And so that led me to this Harrisburg location right here, which I took over in 2014. And like I said, within 6 months, I ended up jumping into it full time, and I left my job at T. Rowe Price, and I was just having too much fun building a brand, and that was the part for me that was the most exciting. I always like to start Discovery Day off with the picture of our York building, because it's the aesthetic inspiration for our model store, which is the one in Cleveland, the single bay. And it's the one that we're building all over the country right now. We do have a 2-bay version that's up on the wall above the Keurig. And the Hanover store, which is the store we're going to be visiting later today, is the aesthetic inspiration for that building. When I first came to Hanover, this place felt the closest to home for me. I grew up in Portland, Maine, and I got a baseball scholarship in Maryland, and I met my wife in school, and that's typically how you get anchored somewhere. And I'm not a huge fan of Maryland. I actually relate more to this area. I currently live right over the border because my wife cannot come to grips with moving from Maryland to Pennsylvania. So we're literally 5 minutes over the line. And so Hanover has become my second home because it represents a lot of the same ideals that a place like Maine has. And when I first moved here, when I first took over the store here in 2018, the Hanover Historical Society gave us this photo on top, which is our Hanover location in 1943. And so what we found out was our building was a Gulf gas station. And what we also found out from newspaper archives was the building was used during World War II for rallying the community to ration gas. And so what they would do is they would hold these films that were basically propaganda films saying that it's patriotic to ration gas, because in this area on Monday, Wednesday, Friday, if your license plate was started with an odd number, you could get gas. If it was Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, and you had an even number, you would go on Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday. And so that was a fun little historical tie to our building, which was converted to a quick lube. As you can see, the 2 bays added on from the bottom picture to the top picture. Just talk a little bit about the infrastructure of this business. I got together. Alex Snyder is my personal attorney. He's my business attorney, and has a wealth of experience in this area, and has become someone that I've relied on as a mentor and a voice of reason, because I'm very much entrepreneurial. I'm very much shoot from the hip, and he reins that in. Tim Leganke is a competitor of ours, but he's also a friend. I've been in this industry long enough to meet a lot of interesting people, and Tim shares the same values that we do. And although he does compete with us in the Ohio market, it's much friendlier than our competition that we have with some of the other brands. Justin Arnold, who is the head of our compliance He is a consultant for us as well as head of compliance. And then Jeff Duden, who is another mentor of mine, is part of the Fran Defco team, but also an advisor for the company. If you ever get a chance, he was on Undercover Boss, really good episode for his company, Advantage Clean. Scaled his franchise to a large size and did what we're trying to do. And so one thing I've always believed in is try to surround yourself with people that have done what you're trying to do. And Jeff really exemplifies that. So we always start off Discovery Day with a fun exercise with the people that are in person. And this is actually a good opportunity to actually have introductions, because I typically already know everybody's names and a little bit about you by the time we do this. But these are our core values, and our core values are interwoven into every aspect of our business, whether it's our hiring practices, our vendors, our customers. And so we want the core values to be more than just a sign on the wall that doesn't really mean anything. We want our core values to be a part of everything that we do within the organization. So we call our core values our quick values. And what I like to do is just go around the room and ask everybody which core value most identifies with you and why. And then also, please just introduce yourself and your market. I think everybody here's from Texas, right? But fairly different parts of Texas. And I've spent plenty of time in Texas. I was in
Somebody from Utah.
Oh, Utah. Okay. And I know that I spent time in Laredo. And Laredo's like 12 hours from Dallas. So just because you're in Texas doesn't mean you're close to it. Whereas in some states like New Jersey, you're probably an hour and a half away tip to tip. So let's just start in the front.
Well, I was trying to read the
Everybody should have one packet right in front of you that might be easier to read, that has the core values in it. If it's not as easy to read on the board. We do have a lot of virtual attendees. Actually, this is a good transition point. We do have a lot of virtual attendees, and so we want to be respectful of their time and efforts as well. So I just wanted to acknowledge them more so than anything. But most of the exercises that we do throughout the day are going to be with you folks that are here inside the headquarters.
Oh, good. Nice to meet you. I'm Antonio Hornsby. I'm out of Leander, Texas. It's in the Austin metro area. Been in Texas all my life. When I see the core values, and I've started reading like the first two, but I feel like I really relate to Unified. I'm really an advocate of teamwork makes the dream work. I'm in the software engineering industry. I'm an engineering manager. And that's something that I'm always advocating for my team and to my team. Together we fail, together we succeed. So I really look at being accountability and very transparent throughout the team, whether it's a business as a whole or just my teammates. So I like that working cohesive and just being together.
Yeah, unified to us means all the things that you just laid out, and it largely to me means accountability. We're accountable to you for the support, the effort put in to make it worth your while, and you're accountable to us, brand standards, putting, wearing our brand as a badge of honor and upholding brand standards. And so, and it goes deeper than the franchise relationship as well. It's also with our employees, and we're accountable to them. I work for my employees; they don't work for me. And our employees work for the company, and they need to be good stewards of our brand, but they also work for the customers, and they need to be good stewards of the customers' property. So Unified is they're all major core values, and it's interesting. We've been doing this now for a year and almost a half now. Our first Discovery Day was March of 2021 in Cleveland, so almost a year and a half. And it's been an interesting progression to see what people pick and what they say, because you can't go wrong with any of them. But obviously, we're all individuals here. We all have different mindsets when it comes to business, when it comes to life. And so it's just, this has always been a fun exercise for us.
And I am Wally Owens from San Antonio. I think I've met just about everybody in the room except for Julie back. So thanks for having me out here today. And I would say I identify mostly with customers first. I have another franchise, I've had a franchise in the past, and our business has always been about serving the customers. And if we can meet their needs, solve their problems, then it is more than just a win-win situation. It's great.
And that was kind of the genesis of the business in the first place for me. I mean, when you can say a statement about an industry and everyone knows what business you're talking about without having to say the name of the business. If I were to say that there's been a brand on top for way too long that took, took its customers for granted and may have a credibility issue, I think most people in this room would know who we're talking about. And so I've sought out to create an environment within our stores that put the customers first. We're a very consumer-centric business. I make it a point when we hire employees to tell them we're a retail business, not an automotive business. And so if we can put that mindset from day one, then they're going to go into it a lot differently, viewing the customers as the priority as opposed to the service that they're doing as an automotive service. In the automotive industry, a lot of mechanics are used to just putting the car up on a lift, shooing the customer into a waiting room, and then being able to smoke cigarette, blast AC/DC, and and take their time and cuss with their coworkers and all that. And that's fine for that business, but that's not the business we're in. We're not in the full service business. We're in the oil change only business. And so when the customer sits in their car and they have full transparency of the service that's happening, then they're accountable to have that customer serve, or they're accountable to have that customer first environment. So, John, if your phone goes off again, I'm putting you in detention.
Okay.
Mr. Utah.
So I'm Josh.
Josh.
From Salt Lake. I'm kind of between customers first and kindness, honestly. I think they kind of both go hand in hand.
Yeah.
I've got a Matco tool franchise. I've got a few of the independent shops where they come on the truck. They've got their kids with them.
You've been on a founder call with me. I think have I talked to you?
I don't know. I talk to a lot of people every day.
Yeah, no, unless it was another Matco tool owner, which is a possibility, but I definitely remember having a really good conversation with the Matco tool guy, or one of the trucks, maybe it was Cornwall. Awesome.
But no, I mean, just like you said, it's kind of the when they bring their kids on, just the kindness and customers first. I've got one of the little girls that come on, she comes in, she grabs a sucker, she does her thing, and then she's pulling tools off the shelves and throwing them on the ground, does her thing, and I just laugh at her. It's I don't know, the customers first is kind of a huge one for me.
Some of them are going to seem like common sense and kindness. I think if I were to actually have taken a tally over the last year of doing this, I would say kindness has probably been the most picked one, which seems like the most common sense one. But when it comes to kindness, it doesn't always translate. And I give people the benefit of the doubt, especially post-COVID. There's a lot of stressful. People had a lot of stress in their life, and working retail is not always the best when customers are giving you grief for something that's out of your hands. But kindness is something that's in control of every employee of every business, and unless you're the DMV, you don't have a monopoly on being able to be rude to people. So people have choices. They can go somewhere else, and if you're not kind, the example that I give. Last year around this time, my daughter was born. She just turned 1 not too long ago, and we had to board our dogs so that we could spend the night at the hospital. Our normal place, it was a holiday weekend, and our normal place was booked up. So we picked a different place in our town, and we went to it for the first time ever. And the price was actually a lot cheaper. The facilities were just as nice. The convenience was just as good. So all variables equal, and actually even better because of price. The woman at the front desk could not have acted like she could have cared less that we were there. And my wife turned to me and she's like, I don't care if we have to pay more money, we're not coming back here. And we board our dogs 4 or 5 times a year, and And that's several $100s of business, and you multiply that over, maybe you've lost 15 people over the year doing that, it could be $10,000. And that could be the difference between being able to give an employee a raise or get that new piece of equipment. And it was just that one interaction. And so that's, that's the power of kindness. And I tell our guys too, I'm like, look, I get everybody has a bad day. When I worked at TD Bank and retail banking, like you had to be on your A game every single day. There was no place to hide if you were having a bad day, so you had to fake it. I told my guys, like, if you're having a bad day, just let your manager know and just do the pit. Just do the pit the whole day. If you don't want to interact with someone, if you feel like you're on tilt and you're going to yell at someone for, giving you some tone, then just work the pit. And so, I empathize with retail workers in that sense. But we have to be kind every single time. So someone in the store needs to be picking that up. And like I said, that bleeds into our hiring practices. We literally have in our job ads looking for kind people. And so that's the first thing we talk about is, can you look someone in the eye and carry a conversation with them? Because that's more important than I can teach anybody in this room to do an oil change within a day. And so kindness is something, and carrying a conversation, those are kind of tools that some people can't. They either have it or they don't. Yeah.
I'm Breck from Houston. Kind of hard to elaborate on what everybody just said because I agree. It's important to put them first instead of anybody else. Make them feel special. Make them want to come back.
Customers first.
Yes.
Yeah.
Don't really have anything else to say.
Jay?
Other than that.
Jay, also from Houston. With the industry that I'm in, it's more of a quality over quantity, because if the quality ain't there, the customer ain't going to come back to begin with. And plus, word of mouth from where we are does a lot for business. So as long as your quality is good, and of course with the kindness of customers first, it really brings everything together.
Yeah. So when we put quality over quantity, I had a very specific thing in mind, but it has evolved over time to encompass a lot more things. But for me, within our industry, quality over quantity, we have we are a volume business, and one of our main KPIs is car count. And so we do care about quantity. But when it comes to the ability to long-term, long-tail, keep customers retention, they need to be quality interactions. They need to be quality sales. So if one of our competitors offers every single car that comes through their door a secondary service or a product, and they feel like they're pressured into something that they don't need, they're just throwing as much as they can at the wall to see what sticks. For us, internally, our corporate, in our corporate handbook, our motto is the most educated consumer will always choose us. For a lot of people who don't own a home, their vehicle is the most expensive asset that they have. And so we need to be good stewards of their property. And so if we can educate them on their car, as opposed to, preying on ignorance by trying to sell them things based on sticking your finger in the power steering fluid and holding it up in front of your face and saying, oh, this doesn't look right. And the customer has no idea what they're looking at. And, that kind of tactics has created a credibility issue in our industry. And so we've decided to kind of combat that by over-educating. Oh, you have an electric power steering. That's a new feature. Talk to them about their car. And so that means when it does come time for us to sell something, it goes from a cold sale to a warm sale, and then the quality of the sale is a higher quality. And so if maybe our competitor offers 30 for 30 and they score 10 sales, but if we offer, 15 out of 20 because they were qualified, or 15 out of 30, and we sell 15, then that long tail translates to a higher conversion of sales of secondary products, and also translates to a higher conversion of repeat business. And so that's that's important to us, is the quality of the experience versus the quantity. We're not just trying to get them out the door. As much as our KPIs are bay time, car count, and ticket average. All three of those things do matter in quantity, but we do believe that long tail, if we put quality over quantity, then the quantity will follow. And then innovation is the only one we haven't talked about. One thing that I'm very proud of is, one of the best things about franchising is it becomes a laboratory of innovation. And so we get to experiment at the corporate level on different things. And I'm always trying new things. I was actually in the state of Pennsylvania, Waze's first commercial advertiser on the Waze platform before Google bought them. And so when it comes to innovation, we have, I think, the flexibility to move quicker. We're much better at Facebook ads and Instagram ads than our competitors. We're much better at some of the modern marketing techniques. And we also try things before most of them do, before, because the bureaucracy that gets created when your parent company is Pennzoil and Shell, or your parent company is a private equity group that has 13 other brands in its portfolio. It takes a while to get permission to try things. And so we, I do get to be a dictator sometimes, and I get to choose what and when we do. And but at the same time, what I'm most excited about in our franchising, and we have multiple stores open now, and I get to hear the feedback from our franchisees who are in markets that I've never been in, whether it's Mesa, Arizona, or Bedford, Texas, or Gulfport, Mississippi, and get that feedback and see if we can make a more holistic approach to this while keeping our core guiding principle of the oil change only model. And so I think franchising is great for innovation. One of my favorite things, we have them at the back of the room right now, is Munchkins. Munchkins were actually the product of a franchisee at Dunkin' Donuts. It's one of the most popular products. It was actually the wife of a franchisee. The old model, when they were hand cutting the donuts, was to throw the middle part away, and she was like, let's fry them and put them on the counter for 25 cents. And Munchkins were born. And then fish fillet was a product of a franchisee in Ohio, in a very religious area of Ohio. And on either Friday or Saturday, I keep getting it mixed up, they weren't able to sell meat, and so all the restaurants around them were just literally eating their lunch on those days. And a franchisee said to Ray Kroc, hey, can we sell fish fillet on Friday or Saturday? I don't know which one it is, I apologize. But and that's how the fish fillet was born. So I'm excited for that part of the innovation part of the equation. So today is a mutual day in terms of kind of feeling each other out to make sure that this is a partnership that makes sense to both parties. We do have a 15-year franchise agreement. That's longer than the average marriage in America these days. So we want to make sure that we're doing business with people that share values with us. And so as much as you're evaluating us, we're doing the same. We want to do business with people who we want to do business with. I think that's important. We don't put a massive emphasis on prior business experience, because the actual operations side, you'll find out throughout today that we're very much a procedure-driven company. We're very much a third-party company, third-party apps-driven company. What we make up for in terms of human endeavors, we really take in by doing processes, and that has allowed us to lower the overhead, which at the end of the day, if you've ever gone to one of the competitors and seen 5 people standing around and 2 people doing the actual service, that was one of the things that when I was creating our flow chart, which you should have a copy of our flow chart in the booklet, and we'll go over that later on today. By having these types of things, we've been successful at doing more with less, which translates to being able to give that oil change only experience. And then EQ over IQ, which basically to me is just being able to empathize with customers and see eye to eye with them, and have employees that are going to put retail first and automotive second. Don't get me wrong, we have to do the service correct, and it is an automotive service, but again, long tail, we believe that if you put the personal experience above the service, then you'll long tail have better returns. This is a video that we typically start off with. I'm at I don't have an agenda today. Cody, can you grab me an agenda? Cody, can you hop on the Can you just press play?
What if this happens? And on top of that, if this was to happen, and look at the fix I'd be in, I better not try. I could always take myself out. Then I'll tell you what changed my whole life when I finally discovered it's all risky. Convince you were born it's not risky. If you think trying is risky, wait till they hand you the bill for not trying. If you think investing is risky, wait till you get the tab for not investing. See, it's all risky. Getting married is risky. Having children is risky. Going into business is risky. Investing your money is risky. It's all risky. I'll tell you how risky life is. You're not going to get out alive. That's risky. The Englishman says, well, if that's the way it's going to work out, let's give it a go.
So the reason we start off Discovery Day with this video is I want to overemphasize that I do believe that franchisees are business owners and we give a lot of latitude. Like we have our systems in place, we have our programs, we have our brand standards, but I am not one of the people that say people who are buying franchises are buying a job. I like entrepreneurs, I like people who have ideas, and so business is risky, whether it's a franchise, whether it's starting an independent business. And this has been a short video that every time I'm about to take a jump into a new endeavor, whether it was franchising, whether it was the business to begin with, whether it was my marriage, I try to keep those words in mind because you never want to get it to the point where you're what if, what could have been, what, I wish I would have, because time keeps on ticking regardless of your indecision. So there's not really a good place to put this video, but it works out just putting it right in the beginning. So I hope everybody enjoyed that. And I think we have Peter Colvin on. Let me check.
Yeah.
Peter,
Yeah.
can you hear us?
Yeah. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Awesome.
What if this happens? And on
My mom's calling me most likely about grandbaby. Peter, I can't give you an intro right now. I gotta call my mom.
You mama's boy.
Always.
Family first.
Family first.
Good morning, Cody. How you doing?
Morning, Peter.
Good morning,
I feel
everybody.
like, if Costa can't give you, I feel like if Costa can't give you an introduction, nobody can do one better than you.
Guys, hi, girls. I see at least one woman in the in-person crowd there, which is great. And all of you that are attending virtually, and in Fran Devco and in the Costa team, I'm Peter Colvin with Easy Leasebacks, and proud to be part of the Costa national rollout and growth program. I've been with Sperry Van Ness, SVN, which is a national real estate advisor company for a long time. I was their business development director and took a 3-office company which is now 2,000 advisors in 6 countries. So we experienced a ton of growth, and I was the one that went out and looked for really good independent commercial real estate brokers that wanted to change their whole life and team up with a great support team in the back room and marketing and advertising and just kind of be part of something exciting. And so it worked really well. And it's one of the top commercial real estate companies in the country right now. And it was fun to be part of that growth. And I saw similar goals with Costa when I got to know him and we became friends that I saw with Mark Van Ness and Rand Sperry, who had Sperry Van Ness. So I lived in that world and was also in commercial real estate. They made me head of the single tenant net leased national team, which I ran for 10 years, specializing in single tenant net lease buildings all over the country. We've sold about 500 Dollar General buildings that developers build and lease to Dollar General, and then we sell them for the developers. We've done a lot of quick lubes, a lot of restaurants. So my background is this type of building. We my oldest son Chris and I started Easy Leasebacks to supplement that business because we had a lot of really good entrepreneurs like yourselves that wanted to open multiple units, and their banks were slowing them down, saying, well, why don't you get one open, try that for a few years, and then let's talk about location number 2. And the entrepreneurs were saying, we know how to run a business. We're really good at this. We'll do better if we have 7 or 8 locations because of scale. If you're slowing us down and telling us 1 every 3 years, that doesn't work for us. So they couldn't get their financing to grow like they should. So we came in to supplement them by helping them take care of getting a turnkey real estate, building built or purchased and open, so that they could then build their company faster. And it's worked really, really well. Some of our clients have over 150 locations. So Easy Leasebacks it turned out to be a really good move for us. We're still with SVN as well. So we do, Easy Leasebacks is one of our divisions. My youngest son graduated from college with business degrees and joined us. And so it's a really nice family business, as you can all relate to. And it's taken off really well. So we met Costa. I met Costa through the Westbrook Quick Lube that the company owns. We had a client that was doing Mobile One Quick Lubes, and he saw a vacant operation that had failed in Westbrook, and said he'd like to have us buy it for him and give him some money to renovate it. And so we did that. It was our 12th location that we did with that Mobile One licensed operator, and it didn't take off. He had trouble with management, all sorts of excuses, and then he just kind of gave up on the business. He kind of got burned out on life and changed directions, and so he just walked away from a 15-year lease, which just kills us because we sold it to an investor, just a nice lady that wanted cash flow, and she paid quite a bit for the 15-year lease. Thought she'd have a passive property with just a rent check coming in, and all of a sudden it was a vacant property with no rent coming in. She had to evict the tenant and go through the legal process, and then the tenant stripped the building when he left of all the equipment. Just an ugly situation. So after failing twice as a quick lube, we feel responsible for those investors. So we had to figure out what could we do with that building, and couldn't do really anything with it. We couldn't find anybody to take it over. So we got a call from this guy named Costa saying, hey, I think that could be a location for us. Here's where we are, what we do. And it sounded really interesting to me. So he said, I'm not afraid of a failed location because that's what we specialize in. We'd love to kind of cannibalize on an opportunity. So we ended up putting a deal together. And sure enough, Costa and his team came in. Costa was down there working on it himself, renovating it. And he leased the building from our investor, and it's turned out to be a really good location. So right away, I said, we've dealt with so many quick lube operators. Why is Costa able to make something work that several others have failed at? And I realized, okay, that's a special guy. And so, in our business, we're trying to be kind of picky with who we work with. These deals are a lot of work, and they're small and they're hard, and got to make sure that we bet on the right horse. So we were really impressed with Costa, and we became friends, and he started to share his vision for growing the company nationally and how he was going to do it. And I shared what I had done and what Sperry Vanessa had done, and it seemed to be kind of a good fit to work together. So Costa proved himself beyond a shadow of a doubt to me, so that I could really sink my teeth into helping him and his company. And subsequently, we met Justin, and we met Brandon and Aaron and Cody and their whole team. And we decided to join forces and help them provide buildings for their franchisees so that they could grow quickly, keep their cash, not have to spend it on a lot of real estate oriented things, and really get to the potential that they should with that new business endeavor. So we agreed to a long-term commitment to help Costa and all of you. And so it's turned out to be really, really a great experience. I'm 64 years old. I'm to the point in life where I like to pick and choose who I work with, and do the things that are most rewarding and most helpful, and have a little fun. And one of you in there said that you could most relate with teamwork, makes the dream work. And that's how we feel too, my sons and I. So we really enjoy being part of a team. It's a lonely world out there. And so if you can be part of a team that energizes each other and supports and helps and provides ideas, then, everybody comes out better. So we're really proud to be part of this Costa team and really enjoying the process. I'll share just a couple quick things. In the last year and a half, I wrote 2 books. They'll probably be backwards, but one's called One Lucky Ginger, and one is called Pickleball Stories. And so they're both personal experience short stories, and both became Amazon bestsellers. And the Pickleball Stories became the #1 bestseller for quite a while. So it was fun to be able to take some of those life experiences and put them in, down on paper and share them and try to make them a little bit entertaining and interesting and maybe slightly exaggerated for entertainment value, but it turned out really well and fun. And they're available on Amazon. I play guitar and sing like Brandon does, and I converted from tennis to pickleball player, and I played my first professional pickleball tournament a few weeks ago, and I really enjoy pickleball. So try to enjoy life, have a little bit of a balance. My wife and I really enjoy nature, going, camping and being able to really go to the beach and collect rocks and just really be near nature. So try to make sure that we spend our time wisely. So this is probably the hardest thing I could choose to do at 64 years old, is to build 300 small buildings in parking lots owned by other people. No contractors want to build small buildings right now. They're all busy making money building larger buildings. Very few people like to invest in buildings that are on other people's property because it's different. And these are a lot of work to get developed and approved through the municipalities. And then, to put all that effort into building a 600 square foot or 800 square foot building is really challenging. So we had to really believe in this. And what's been great is I literally love the franchisees that we're working with. I mean, every one of these people are all in, fully committed, enthusiastic, looking for a great, life change. And to me, that's what life's all about. When you're on your deathbed, you think back and, did you help people? Was your life well lived? Did you help others? And so this kind of fulfills our goal of, just really using whatever skills God's given us to help others. And, my sons would say the same thing. So it's been a lot of fun. So what we did was, together with the Costa team, we put a program together that has kind of soup to nuts, that the real estate is, you have a really good site person with Taylor of Laurel Hill, who's probably on after I am. And he's been doing a fantastic job of finding the sites for everybody, getting them under contract, negotiating them, making sure they work. And then we have a really good architectural team that can help get the site plans in. The approval processes are really ramped up. So we're taking what, then, we'll step in and build the building for you. And you can choose a 1-bay or a 2-bay, we'll build it. And when it's done, we'll give you the keys, and you can just rent it. And then you get the exclusive right to purchase it later if you want to own the building, so that you can build your real estate portfolio too. And you don't have to buy it right away. You can wait a while till you get really good, books and records to take to the SBA or to take to, your bank, so that you can own the building and negotiate a, good down payment with them. So got a beautiful building designed. We've taken a process that's really about a 2-year process from the time you start looking for a site to getting your finished building. Usually, most companies say it's about 2 years. We've cut it way less than half, including the entire process of getting everything approved and getting the building up and built and getting you in. So, we're down to about an 8-month process from start to finish. And so it's really advantageous, so that you don't have to wait 2 years when you become a franchisee to get a building. So we've got, you can't outspend us. We're blessed with great investors that will buy all of them. And as soon as we put a lease together, they'll be ready to fund the building and get it up for you. So I'm available for any questions, and please ask.
Peter, I'm just curious exactly, I understand that you guys are going to construct the building. How involved are you in planning, setting it up? I mean, everything about development of the site and then the final finish up.
So it depends on who the franchisee is. If you have connections in your town and you have a good architect and a civil engineer or a contractor, you can handle pretty much all of that, on your own team. If you don't have any help, then there's a whole team to support that's been built to do each of the processes. So it really, it's people that we've approved. So we are really not in the development portion of this. We're in the, we deliver the building and fund it and handle the construction. So we've got a construction company that builds for us that can get the garage doors and have all the supply chain necessary so they can get these up fast and really good quality. So we're in the funding and construction portion of this. The development side of it, we have our architect can help, but there's a lot of architects and civil engineers that can help get that process done. So you have you have choices on all that. What we do is we have a start off call together with our team, and you say, hey, I know a really good contractor that I'd like to GC this, or I have an architect friend that I trust. So you let us know who you have on, available that you'd like to use. And then we fill in a menu, and you can use whoever you want to, and then we can fill in where you need help. And then that team's quickly built, and then we move ahead and get it done. Does that make sense?
It's worth noting, guys, that this is a very a la carte program, whereas if you want to use Peter's investors to finance the construction, you can. If you want to buy the building cash yourself and use him for the building, you can, but not the financing. If you only want to use certain aspects of this program, or if you want to control it yourself from start to finish, that's all things that need to be established once you come into the program. We have a national architect that we work side by side with to get the preliminary site drawings done. But again, it's not, that part's not mandated. In fact, none of it's mandated, and there's a lot of different ways to skin this. And so Peter's actually even already purchased existing property, and then they'll build on top of it. They're building on top of lease space. And then in Gulfport, Mississippi, our franchisee, Peter purchased an existing quick lube for our Gulfport, Mississippi franchisee. And so that's an option as well. I add the site purchase slide in here to kind of highlight that Peter's team with Easy Leasebacks will purchase land and then build on top of it. That actually makes it a lot easier than building on land that you don't own, because it becomes a fee simple real estate deal as opposed to just a land improvement deal. And fee simple deals are the easiest. The investors prefer to own the dirt, but for our concept, it's not always that easy because we're targeting largely parking lots. We're trying to make deals with the likes of Walmart and Kroger and grocery store chains, and it's tough to parcel out 10,000 square feet when we really only need, for example, the Manor on the Lake, we lease 2,000 square feet. The building is less than 800 square feet, so we're not taking up a whole lot of space. But I really just wanted to use that to highlight the flexibility of Peter and his program. One thing I will talk about quickly is we think there's opportunity all over the place for our model, because right now the Raising Cane's of the world, the Starbucks, they're looking for the traditional 1 acre outlots. They're looking for the traditional half-acre parcels. And we see opportunity in the transformation of the gas station landscape and the regional banking landscape as opportunities as well. And so if we move forward with the thought process that our model is what's going to be left behind when electric vehicles penetrate the market more, if we truly believe at the end of the day, which I do think that the oil change only model is what's going to survive when electric vehicles penetrate in a more meaningful way. As these gas stations go away, these neighborhood gas stations, you guys are all in Buc-ee's country, right? So you all know that everyone's trying to copy Buc-ee's now. Sheetz, QT, Racetrack, everybody's trying to create a made-to-go atmosphere with food and dining, convenience store. And so now, opposed to the days of the 400 square foot convenience store where you grab a Red Bull and chips and get some gas, those 0.25 acre parcels are not really able to sustain a 5,000 square foot convenience store and 13 gas pumps, or in Buc-ee's case, one of them I think has almost 100 gas pumps. And so we think that when there's not competition for real estate, that's going to bode well in our favor. There are a lot of chains that are moving to kiosk versions of their business. Starbucks launched a shipping container version of Starbucks. If you Google Starbucks shipping container, there's one in Washington State. Taco Bell did a drive-through only kiosk version of their building, but those even still require at least a half acre. Dutch Brothers, if you're familiar with Dutch Brothers Coffee, they really struggled with getting permitting because their queuing ended up getting too long because they tried to do what we did. They did it successfully. There's plenty of Dutch Brothers that are in parking lots of strip malls. And what happened was the queuing would get so out of hand. Now with our model, the most our queuing ever really gets is 4 or 5 cars deep. And that doesn't impact the rest of the parking lot. So when you get questions from the local zoning board and those people about what does your lines look like, we're not going to have to say, we're going to be 13 cars deep like Chick-fil-A. So that's where our opportunity comes in to grab some value because we should not be having much competition. Another one that comes to mind, Church's Chicken, big in Houston. They did a kiosk version of their business, and they're moving out of the gas stations and into parking lots. Ice vending machines I know are pretty big right now, and those are, that's who we're competing with, and I think that some landlords would prefer our business over theirs. So just wanted to add that in.
Also, real quick, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I'm a little bit slow at times, and I want to make sure I understand.
Sure.
If we find one of those odd shaped gas stations that's out of business.
Yep.
And we have the option of buying it ourselves, or we go to Peter and his investors will go in, buy the land, and then construct the kiosk and then just lease it back to us.
Correct.
Okay.
Or if it's possible, you can finance it yourself, and Peter's construction team will still put up the building, but there's multiple ways. But the path of least resistance is a full lease back with Peter's investors owning the land. A ground lease is a little bit more difficult. Anthony or Antonio?
Antonio.
Antonio, okay.
Yeah. I was to that, well, while he was stating, Peter buys the land and constructs the kiosk building on top of it, and the lease back plan is just to buy the building, not the property. Also,
Are you talking about after a period of time where you have the option to buy it?
Yeah.
No, so if you're on a 15-year ground lease and it's just a building improvement, your option is to buy the building. If the land and the building are owned by the investor, then you have the option to buy both.
oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
What are the general terms of that? I mean, somebody says I want to buy it in 12 months or 24 months.
Peter, do you want to speak to purchase options?
Sure. So, excuse me.
And how
We set it up.
the lease rate and how you get to the lease rate?
Yeah, we're in transition for a reason. What we've set up on the original leases is that you can buy the building in the first year or the second year of your lease. The first year is just the everything's based on what the total project cost is. So whatever it costs to develop and build the building is all done in advance. It's all agreed upon after the bids. You sign off on that cost. Then the rent is based on just 10% of that cost. So if it's 300,000, your rent for the first year's 30,000 or 2,500 a month for the building. If there's land, you add the land cost to that. So whatever it's the cost, and then if you want to buy it, you take that cost in the first year times 15%, 1.15, and that's your purchase price. Or in the second year, it's 1.3 or cost plus 30%. And then if you don't buy it in the first 2 years, you still have the right of first refusal later, for the rest of the lease term to buy it if we or our investors want to sell it. Now, we've worked a program out with a company that wants to buy all of them, but they have to hold them for 5 years because they're doing 1031 exchange money into it. So we have an option to be able to, you could buy it in the 5th year and it won't go up past that second year price. It just be, 1 times 1.3. So cost plus 30% in 5 years. And that gives you 5 years of operating records and, really easy to go to the bank to do that then. So we're shifting to the 5-year program, but we're honoring the 1 and 2 year that we've already committed to. By having one buyer buy everything, it makes our life a lot easier. They fund the construction draws and they do everything for us. So it'll be, one of those 2 options, but either way, you'll have a transparent way to purchase the building at a fixed price. A lot of people you can buy the building later, but you got to get 3 appraisals and we'll pick the middle, value of it and then negotiate it or whatever market value is. In my opinion, that's a horrible way for a tenant to be in a lease because you just don't know what you're going to pay. This way, you know exactly what you're going to pay before you sign the lease. Does that answer your question all right?
Yeah, just using round numbers, guys. If the total project cost is 300,000, you take that number, multiply it by 0.10, that's 30,000. Divided by 12, then your rent would be 2,500. Obviously, that's really round numbers, and different areas will dictate costs of different materials and things like that. But we've been able to capture the building under the 2 bay under $500,000 and the 1 bay under 400,000 pretty much across the board. One thing I really like about Texas is they have that very transparent bid system. And so I'll follow the take 5s because, as you guys know, they're building them all over the Houston market and Austin too, actually. And their buildings, are $1 million plus. So just to service that at a 6 cap, you're talking about $10,000, $12,000 a month lease rate. We don't want to be anywhere near that.
Can I add one thing, Costa?
Yes.
So we expected this to happen, but as you know, interest rates shot up. Everything's expensive. Inflation's high. There's a ton of, Costa knows a lot about CMBS loans. They're non-personal guaranteed loans that are given to developers. There are a lot of them coming due in the next 12 months that looks like the projects won't be able to pay them back. So the banking industry has just come to a very big standstill in the last 2 weeks. Texas was hit first. We heard it coming. The appraisers are now telling us that their bankers are calling them saying, hey, back off on the appraised values by like 20 to 25% just to be safe right now, because we think there's going to be a pretty big dip in value. So Texas, several banks have stopped lending commercial for the rest of the year. So it's really difficult now to get good financing. So sale leasebacks, or what we call acquisition leasebacks, where a building's bought for opening, have become really, really important across the country. So this will save a lot of people from having to, not be able to open businesses because of finance problems.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
So this is Josh Herman. I'm online from Louisiana. So the rent, 10% of the cost is it a 15-year lease? Is it fixed at that 10%? Is there any chance of it going up or down or?
The rent, we have an inflation, normally there's a cost of living increase each year. Cost of living is pretty high right now. We just fixed it at 1.5%. So it's every year the rent goes up 1.5%. It gives the investor a little bit of inflation hedge, but it's not the full shot. You're not taking the full shot for the CPI increase. And then you have a 15-year renewal option, and it's just the same terms.
Gotcha. Thanks.
Mm-hmm. Any other questions about the real estate?
So one thing I'll touch on, we've created a building that is very simplified. It's a prefabricated building made from SIPS panels, which just stands for structurally insulated panels. And it's put together in a kit, then put on a truck and driven to the site. But it is worth noting that when we talk about the build time, that is once you've obtained your permits and the building's been ordered. So the building itself does not take very long to go up. The biggest variables here is site selection and then obviously permitting. There's, a lot of variables that can affect the timing of that. Peter, I don't know if you want to talk about some specific examples we're dealing with right now on towns that are being easier than others and some that are being harder than others, just to kind of speak to that part of the process, because I think when people see speed to build, they think they're going to be open in 75 to 90 days, but there's a whole lot of other variables in between there.
Sure. Yep. The green light for us is when the building permit is issued by the municipality, so that the building is completely approved by all the design. The site plan has already been approved through the planning commission. So that's when there won't be any changes required. So that's when we order the building. And then the building, when the building's shipped, it literally takes a week to put it up because it's built in sections, 4x8, 4x12 sections that bolt to the foundation. So it takes, if there's there's a video that we have that Costa, if you direct all of them to the video sometime, they can watch the kind of a simplified construction process. So it takes about a week to put the building up, 3 weeks to pour the floor inside and get the electric and plumbing all done. So it's a 30-day process once the building's there. The long period is getting the site approved. Some places don't have much approval process. Some places you have to get zoning permission, you have to get, go through lots of meetings. So whatever it takes, the planning director will, give a heads up of what that will be. So you can really get a timeline established before you start. We've tried to make the upfront cost really affordable so that you don't go all out and do site plans, civil plans, architectural plans, and submit them and have them say, there's no way in hell we're gonna put a quick lube in that parking lot and allow that. You've just wasted money. So we've got a really inexpensive way to get a green light from the planner before you spend much money at all. And then you're spending good money after that. So that's really saves a lot of risk. And then the approval process, Taylor can probably speak better to that. It's just each municipality is different. The one in Colorado we're doing, they won't approve the building. They want the peaked roof instead of a flat roof. They want stone and stucco instead of our siding. So each one's a little different. So we've got a custom designed building for Brandon and Eaton, Colorado. And just depends on it. So once it's approved and the building permit's issued, then we actually order the building and get that process started.
Would there be a way to know, like you're talking about doing the extra brickwork and extra roof and everything? I guess, is there a way that we can find out from our area if we need to do something like that? Do you have any plans that we could take to the city and say, this is what we're looking at doing before we get too far into this? Or
yeah, so
like the hidden piece or something,
what the planners like to, if you go to a planner first and you say, here's what we're thinking of doing, like you're saying you're thinking of, then they'll coach you as opposed to having you come in and submit plans in a formal meeting that the planner hasn't seen, then they're gonna, they may be a little bit disappointed. So they're very helpful. They'll tell you, hey, here's what you need to do, and here's they'll coach you through it. So that key feasibility Zoom call with the planner that our architect does says, here's the sketch of how we want to lay this out. Here's where we'd like to put it. Here's what it's going to look like. What do you think? And if the planner goes, yeah, that looks reasonable, we can support that, then you're in good shape. So they don't need to see a full set of plans or anything like that. Usually a rendering of what it looks like on the outside and a sketch of where it's going to go and how the cars get in and out is about all you need.
Yeah, so preliminary site drawing, our architect for a fee will do it. He's very bogged down with full-on plans right now because we have sold a lot of franchises. And so we would try to keep preliminary site drawings away from him if we don't have to. There are services online to do preliminary site drawings. We can help in the office. We've done preliminary site drawings as well. But this is an example of one that we did corporately for a shopping plaza in York, Pennsylvania. And we found out once we submitted these drawings that the plaza is on top of a water table. And so before you go down the road of spending $12,000 on actual drawings, we were able to determine this was not a viable site. Let's move on to the next one. And that way you don't spend time and money on that. So that's an important part of the process. And whatever legwork you can do to speed things up. We have people in our system that are perfectly content letting the process handle itself. And then you're at the whim of other people. And then and that's fine. But we have some people that have really taken the bull by the horns, gone to the city hall and asked, is this site going to work? This is what we want to do. Sometimes just a phone call to, St. Albans, West Virginia was a good example, or actually Warren, Ohio was a good example, Peter, because it was literally a phone call. This is the address. Oh yeah, that'll get approved. Okay, cool. Let's, yeah. So phone call.
I'll just give a personal testimony. I've built several ground up franchises as a franchisee. And there is nothing more effective than if you go to whoever the jurisdictional person is and sit down face to face with them to Costa's point. You will save yourself so much headache in getting through the process if you engage them from the very beginning. You'll shorten, it could be months off of the process just by going and meeting them. I don't want to take time with stories, but I'm just telling you that when you've got drawings, you've got plans, you're trying to do construction, get that jurisdictional, whoever it is, find out if it's the building department, the code enforcement, whoever it is, find out and go see it.
And full on site plans can be, upwards 40, 50, 60 pages. We do have site plans that we can share that are abbreviated plans.
Like you're flipping through right there, like something like
And
that.
so, and you can bring that to.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Now, the thing is, if you're not familiar with the terminology and they start asking questions, you're gonna be like, this is what I have.
But like you said,
But-
we're more of a small town where we're not in Houston, but we're way on the outside. And
Whoever the
we
decision
actually,
maker
I
is.
actually went to school with a guy that's actually on the board.
Yeah.
So if I wouldn't just had a meeting with him, I just wanted to be able to bring him
We can provide the one pagers and that
Yeah.
information.
just for just so he can see what we're talking about.
Do any of our virtual attendees, Josh, you asked a great question. Do any of the other virtual attendees have any questions for Peter? Anything else from in person?
I'll throw out one thing. Kyle McCardle in Gulfport went out and knocked on doors of existing quick loops to see if anybody was going to sell and talk to the owners. And he found a couple people that were planning on retiring. And so he's got those lined up for future locations. He found a vacant quick lube that was owned by the doctor next door who just bought it for, to have land for extra parking. And we were able to make a deal on that. And we bought the building and you know, we're transparent in this team. We gave Kyle $70,000 to make remodeling and rebrand it as part of the deal. So the quickest way to get open is to find a vacant quick lube that you think would work in a good location, or see if you can buy one for a reasonable price. Right, Costa?
Yeah, when you do a conversion, you know, all you need is your C of O, and then you're doing we have some pre-designed designs for the different buildings. They're, at the end of the day, most quick lubes are the same. Everyone tried to put a different spin on it. You know, Grease Monkey's very famous for their old A-frame building. That's distinguishable, but you know, at the end of the day, it's 2-bay, 3-bay, you know, overhead doors. You have a pit, you have a place for your sign. We can paint it with our colors, and Gulfport ended up being a really nice looking building. And Peter's investors provided our franchisee with that $70,000 to freshen it up, make it look real nice, presentable. Actually, he used some of it to buy his equipment. Everyone in here should be familiar with the item 7 at this point. So I believe he used some of that money from Peter's team to do some of the things on item 7. And it worked out. And it's a really nice store. And I actually was able to go down to the grand opening and had a great turnout. And he's doing 2 more units. And actually, I think he's going to be doing more than that as well. He wants to buy the whole state of Mississippi eventually. Peter, you still there?
Yes.
Okay. We didn't pin you. That's why. So any other questions for Peter? Morrow Hill is Taylor's actually, we moved this time to later. Go
Did
ahead,
someone
Josh.
have a question? Yeah.
Yeah, so sorry, I think my camera's right here. So y'all threw out a bunch of dates. So I'm assuming you're saying that it's 8 months from the time of site selection? Is that when, I mean, I know there's a lot of factors that play into it, but on average, you're getting these things open in about 8 months?
So I can answer that. So we, the site selection, it depends on a few things. How long does it take to get a ground lease negotiated and finalized? If it's a ground lease, or if it's a real estate purchase, it doesn't take that long. So if you figure 3 to 4 months to get, you know, you can get your site in a week and get the ground lease the next day if everybody's moving quickly. So it doesn't take that long to get an LOI on a ground lease. Taylor's really fast and gets it done. Then you have to get the plans that, you know, laid out to take to the municipality. So the municipalities take between, you know, 2 weeks to approve it to 4 months to approve it. Average would be 3 months if we want to kind of total this up. So say we've got 3 months for that. And then we have the building takes 12 weeks from the day it's ordered to delivery. So that's 4 months. So you got 7 months, takes a month to put it up. So it's 8 months plus the beginning period of getting the site under contract, you know, and getting a ground lease. So, you know, 8 to 9 months is probably a realistic timeline. Now, we can do 1 building a week with our crew. So if we get 10 in a pipeline that are all jammed up, you know, then we've got to adjust the schedule to make sure we can deliver. So we could tell you which week it would be. So if you figure 9 to 10 months, you give yourself an extra month for it in case there's a jam up, because we've got a lot of these buildings going up. I mean, there's a lot of people ready for buildings. So if you figure 9 to 10 months, I would think that would be realistic.
Thanks.
Just a
And
comment.
that's about half the time that it takes a typical, you know, franchisee to get a new building. If you find one that's existing, we closed Kyle's really fast. I mean, it was 45 days. And he had his building.
One of the places you can impact the process is once you have the plans, go to the municipality, take them there. physically and go meet that person. And what I did when I was doing mine is I said, what do I need to do to get my building permits? I threw it on them as opposed to saying, I want to file these. And I took a process that I was told was going to be months, and I got my permits to start building in 10 days.
Can you give your phone
So,
number to
Josh-
everybody so you can help them?
John, hey, John has been, John's obviously not affiliated with our company in any way, but he's been a great partner over the last several months, that longer. And we enjoy having you. Josh, if we were to compartmentalize the steps, we just came off a really weird real estate market, especially in certain markets. Like we had some real difficulties in the Frisco area because every landlord thought the next call was coming from Jerry Jones and was going to buy their land and put something on it. And so there was a lot of FOMO of putting something as small as our site on their site, even though the previous 20 years it's been nothing. All of a sudden they think they're getting a phone call. So, but that has loosened up, and Taylor is going to speak a little bit later. He actually had a prior engagement, and so he's typically right after Peter, which works well, but he's gonna be a little bit later. So site selection is its own section of this process, but once you have your LOI, then if you were to even compartmentalize it even more, if you have a signed LOI, then you go into lease negotiation, which we help with that. We have a uniformed improvements lease. I like to call it the ground lease. Peter calls it the improvements lease. And so what we did was we took a page out of Panera's book where we said, if we have the same lease across all parties, then it's just going to be a lot easier to project manage. And so what that does, the downside to that is if a landlord wants to use their own lease, we'll say, okay, we're going to move on. So that's difficult, especially when you find a site you like. But it's important to remember that when you're using other people's money, you got to play by their rules. And our investors have told us the uniform lease makes it easier for them to do deals in mass. And so we have a really good ground lease. It's one that I use at several of our corporate stores, and and sometimes you do have to change it a little bit sometimes. So we're not totally opposed to that. It's not an all or nothing thing. And most landlords are reasonable, especially these days. They've been coming out of that market where it was just really tough there for a while because there was a lot of commercial real estate deals going on in development. And so that's all help. The slowdown is actually helping us, and since we're in a fairly recession-proof business, that bodes well for us. But so step one is site selection, getting to LOI. Step two would be that lease negotiation. We got to make sure it works for all parties. Sometimes it can be market driven. And then once you have the signed lease, then it goes into that permitting part of this process. You don't have to wait to get to the permitting part of the process to ask those questions though, right? So if you have an LOI, that's good enough to go ask, because then you can get in front of it even further. So once you do have that permit, then you get put in our queue of buildings because they are being shipped out of Holland, Michigan, from a central location. And I believe the 1 week holdup is not so much that the buildings can't be produced 1 week, it's the trucking situation makes it be 1 week.
Yeah, we have the
Peter?
delivery crews can put up one building a week, which includes driving to the site and unloading everything and then assembling the building. And so then they go back to Holland, they load up and they go to the next site. So they can do a circle in 1 week, which is amazing.
So we have once you come on board, if you establish that you do want to engage with Peter in whatever capacity, whether it's building plus lease back, whether it's just building, whether it's just lease back, and we figure out what direction you're going to go. We have a really comprehensive timeline that if everyone sticks to their part and everybody does what they say they're going to do, that it moves along fairly smoothly.
In the budget,
Anything else?
Yeah, in the
ahead,
budget,
Peter.
we have, and the person that, the person in there that's built many buildings from ground up, is your name John?
Yes.
Okay, John, it was great hearing that information. In our budget, we have an allowance for the development process and the architecturals and the civil. So we even include 4 meetings at $500 each to have a civil engineer or an architect attend the meetings. So when the building permit's approved and the building's done, we reimburse each franchisee for, that the development costs. And so that's all outlined in the lease of how much the allowance is for each item. So we even have 2,000 just for someone to represent you at the meetings and budget.
Cool. Well, thank you, Peter. I appreciate you taking time out of your day to
You bet.
talk to everybody about this program. And I'm sure you'll be hearing from some of these folks.
Great. Thanks, everybody. Bye-bye.
Thanks, Peter.
Hey, Brian, can you hear us? You want to start a little bit early?
Hi, good morning. Sure, whatever. That's fine.
All right. Let me just go through. Go back to True Brand. Actually, do you have an updated agenda? Is True Brand before Brian?
Jason will save it for 10:25.
Okay. Sorry, Brian, you're getting punted.
Not a problem.
You get to sit through True Brand's awesome presentation. So we just have Jason today. Hey, Jason, I see you.
Morning, everybody.
Jason.
All right, I'm gonna do just a real short intro of True Brand. So True Brand's a company that does some of our private label products for the people in sitting here today. There's some on the desk that you can take a look at. I met the founders of True Brand, 2 very wonderful women that are just super impressive human beings, running a massive chemical company at the end of the day, additive company that we have been buying products from for a long time. And I've been able to develop a relationship with them to the point where we have our own line of private label products with True Brand. And we're super excited to have them be a part of our program because they offer more than just products. And that's what Jason's going to talk about right now. And I'm going to hand things off to him. So thanks, Jason.
Thank you so much, sir. Again, my name is Jason Weath. I work for Solid Start True Brand. And like you said, we're very excited to be here today. We love our partnership with you guys. And, we just would like to see how we can help you guys move forward and be successful. You could flip for, okay. So yeah, like you was saying earlier, it's a family-owned business. We've been in the industry for quite some time. We've real proud about, being family-owned and it's just a great thing, right out of Lakeland, Florida. So we are the manufacturer. So the exciting part about this is we control our raw materials when they come into the plant to make sure that they're up to par, to make sure that, everything, all the specifications meet. And then once we get it in the factory, of course, then at that time we start the manufacturing and then we quality control test it before it leaves. So this helps us a lot. It's not in somebody else making our formulas for us. This is exactly where your products will be made with the same integrity that, we make our own. So we're real excited about it.
And Jason, where are you guys?
We're right out of Lakeland, Florida, sir. It's in between Tampa and Orlando. If you guys ever get in the area, please stop by the plant. We'll give you a plant tour. So this is the products that we have. It's just a nice lineup. They're quick pop and pours, not going to take too long to, tie your customers up in the bay. It's a very successful line. So what separates us is we actually come out to your location. We will spend time with your service advisors. We'll spend time with the guys that are, in the lower bay. We'll talk with everybody there. We'll give a training class. When we do stuff, we also have wow factors to it where we'll show them how our chemical cleans and everything else. So by the time we leave, they'll be looking at your customers, shaking their head yes, and just smiling and really into it because they know the products that they have, they work. We also have technical support at any time. You guys, can call us up and we can help out with any questions or any concerns. And of course, we do have an online training program too that goes along with this. we'll come out and help you out in every way we can. So this is our online training. It's at no charge. Any of your guys can just scan the QR code. Your managers, anybody in the shop, anybody that you feel fit to take it. It not only talks about our products, but it also talks about how this industry is evolving and changing on a daily basis. We're constantly keeping this up to speed. We're adding new modules. We're adding new, programs and marketing material to show, what's changed there. And then also we talk about, sales, how to talk to a customer, about, not trying to be too pushy, but at the same time, educating the customer, which is kind of what we're about. So, the other part about this is it not only talks about our chemicals, but it'll talk about electronic power steering. It'll talk about GDI motors. It kind of goes into all the changes going on in the industry also. So I just want to thank you guys for your time today. Really appreciate it, but just know this is a partnership. If you guys aren't successful, we're not. So we really put our heart and soul into this to make sure everybody's happy.
Thanks, Jason. Does anyone have questions for Jason? Just to like shed some light on their role in our business. Our main cogs are oil filters, and then our additives. And so what we use True Brand for through our distributorship with Service Champ is those pop and pours that don't add on to bake time. They are value add to our customers, and they allow us to get that ticket average up. And so True Brand has even more than just our private label line of products. You can buy any True Brand product. I mean, how many SKUs do you guys even have, Jason? It's incredible the products you put.
It's up there, sir. I mean, it's probably over 100.
Yeah. So I mean, washer fluid concentrate to power stick fluid, everything in between. So big important part of the business, and happy to have this partnership. So thanks for being part of the Discovery Day, Jason.
No problem at all. Thank you guys. You need anything, just let me know.
All right, Brian. Whenever you're ready, Brian.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hi, good morning. How are you? Hi, my name is Brian Gorman. I'm with PetroChoice. A little bit about our company. PetroChoice has been around for about 13 years now. I worked for a very small distributor called Lucent Dilworth about 13, 14 years ago. And we were the first acquisition when PetroChoice was formed. We are actually now have had over 30 acquisitions. We're positioned and able to deliver all states. We have our own refinery. We have our own blending facility in Superior, Wisconsin. And we are Mobil Oil's largest distributor in the country. We also have relationships with Valvoline, some of the specialty houses, and we have our own proprietary brands, which on the automotive side is Medallion Plus, and on the industrial and commercial side is Dynaplex. And that is the product that we supply currently to all of Costa's locations, as well as all the franchisees that have been coming on board. I think we're up to half a dozen or so more that we've been supplying as well. I personally have been in the oil business for 30 years. Have dealt with all the major brands for all the different years, equipment, chemical side, etc. Got to know Costa about 8-9 years ago when he started with his first location in Harrisburg. It's grown since there. We're I think up to 19 of his own, and then all the franchises that are coming on board. Next slide, please. That kind of gives you a footprint of where we are. Our main headquarters are in King of Prussia, right outside of Philadelphia. I personally live in East Central Pennsylvania. As you can see by the map, we have locations scattered about the country. And if we have an actual location of our own, we do have partnerships. To give you an example, like in the Phoenix area, We have a distributor or a franchisee that we're working with now, and there's several more coming very soon on board. And so through a relationship we have there, we can supply them. And we are constantly in acquisition mode. So, I mean, this map continually changes and we keep growing, which is a good thing. Next, please. On our Medallion brand, again, the oil market's been kind of crazy. Years ago was, 1030 and 1040. It's changed so dramatically and it's constantly changing. And one of the big things right now too with the approvals, like Dexos is an example for General Motors. Our oils are all Dexos approved, the 020s and 530s, and that's what we supply again to Costa's locations now. Our company takes it very serious to stay up to date with everything that's going on. We've spent the $1 million plus to get our name on the approval list and go through the process with General Motors to be Dexos approved. A lot of other, people like to play the little game, it meets or exceeds. There's a big difference between that and actually being on the approval list. So we do take it very seriously. Again, things constantly changing. I mean, 016s become very big now with a lot of the imports, and Toyota's playing with 012 right now.
Did you see the news yesterday, Brian?
I'm sorry?
See the news yesterday? API formally requested spec for the 0W8.
Yeah. Well, on a side note, they have been playing with negative numbers in Europe for a couple of years now, which, we've asked that question. Well, if it's negative, it wouldn't exist, but it all has to do with 4-pointability. It's just all based for fuel economy and emissions to a degree, but more than anything, it's all based on fuel economy. It's kind of crazy. Next, please.
We keep forgetting to add the slide. You want to do that 55-gallon drum slide? I know we keep forgetting to add it.
I have. Yeah, to kind of give you an example, when they consider a barrel of oil, we're talking in my world 55-gallon drum. But if you look at crude and the price of crude, that's actually based off of 42 gallons. If you look at what comes out of that barrel, and it's a little debatable, but it's about maybe 1 to 3% actually is made into lubricants. The majority of it will go to gasoline, some of it to diesel fuel, and then the lubricants is a very small fraction of it. So it's kind of interesting, and it's the way the price is. We're all experiencing with the crazy world we live in, with the prices of, eggs are, at least where I live, over $4 a gallon. Milk's going up over $1 a gallon this year. It's crazy. And same with this market. It actually has settled down a little bit. We just got notification yesterday that there's rumblings of price increases again coming mid-September, but we'll see what happens. Things finally, after the last 2.5 years of craziness, have finally started calming down a little bit. Through all of this too, there have been allocations. One thing that gives us major advantage, we have our own brand, which we control. We're not at the mercy of someone else. We have our own blending facility, and we really have not had any issues. And it's actually getting better every day as far as availability and supply. So we've had a couple of very minor hiccups on a couple of products, but that was, probably a year ago. But we've been, rock solid since then. That's kind of it in a nutshell. I'm sorry?
Just need to get some more drivers.
Yeah, well, that's another issue, but yeah, if people would want to work. Now we've had in our one market, we have had some issues, but for the most part, really across the country, we've been in fairly good shape. So, like I said, we've been working. I know CLT's coming. They're opening tomorrow. We got them all filled up on Tuesday. So things are working quite well, actually.
Oh, you delivered to the Charlotte store?
Yes, Tuesday. Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah,
We have a first Charlotte store opening tomorrow.
Yep.
we're excited for that.
Yeah, I've been dealing, well, I was dealing with Sandy, but I'm dealing directly with Mike right now, and nice people, very nice. So they're all excited. So we got them all set up. They had their training, I guess, with you folks Monday and Tuesday, and their official grand. I guess it's a soft opening on Friday, tomorrow. So
Yeah. I can see Sandy beating you up tougher than I do.
no, she's nice.
Oh, yeah, just wait.
So are you. No, so are you. But no, it's it's been a lot of fun dealing. I mean, like I said, I first met Costa when the first location, and it's just grown. I mean, like crazy over the last 8 years, and now taking all the franchisees on, and it's just actually it's a lot of fun. I enjoy it. I love working with the guys and girls, and it's actually been going very smoothly. I'm pleased, and hopefully you are too. So it's been a good ride. It's far from over. Any questions from anybody?
Yeah, any questions?
Where's your cost of goods sold running right now for just a full synthetic oil change, spin on filter?
So Brian, give a range for synthetic blend, and give a range for full synthetic.
Synthetic blends right now, and again, you're talking in like the low nines, and figure about a $3-ish spread. So say around 13-ish for full synthetic, and that's Dexos for the 0-20 and 530s, and then your synthetic blends are in the nines right now. And you see, part of the thing as Costa, was growing in this franchise and working with them, wanted to keep it as simple as possible. I mean, it's a handful of products mainly that you're going to use. Our pricing is universal across all of Costa's locations, doesn't matter where it is in the country. And that's the same pricing and services we are passing on to you, because there can be actually surprisingly bigger swings in pricing than you would think, depending on what part of the country. And a lot of that has to do with transportation costs. I mean, right now, the cost of plastics, everything's gone up. So, whether it be a drum, plastics, packaging, trucking, diesel fuel, the list goes on and on and on. But what we've done to keep things as simplified as possible, and this is what Costa wanted to do, it's a set price. It doesn't matter if it's here or if it's in Hawaii, it's the same pricing. So it keeps things much simpler. Even on my end, it makes it much easier to manage because, I'm looking at right now, probably, between Costa's own locations and the franchise, over 30 locations right now I'm taking care of. I deal with every one of those directly with all the managers. And it just keeps it nice and simple.
So our industry has traditionally done a good, better, best model with conventional oil, synthetic blend, and then full synthetic. And Brian can talk to this a little bit, but there's essentially no such thing as conventional oil anymore. Even oil branded as conventional oil probably has some kind of synthetic base to an extent, whether it's 14% or whatever it ends up being. So we eliminated, we were one of the first that I saw in our industry to go from a good, better, best to just a better, best model. Simplify the SKUs. It's kind of going to be a common trend throughout throughout today. Is we wanted to simplify this program as much as possible to make it as easy to operate and also make it easier for the employees to do their job without having to overwhelm them with too many different options. And then also gives you the ability to buy these products in bulk, because as Peter said, refined lubricants are very sensitive to different macroeconomic factors, such as diesel fuel, corrugated plastic. When you have a packaged oil that has a label, has plastic, has boxing, has to be transported, that all gets built into the cost, and that's why 1 gallon of oil in a jug is going to be maybe $30, whereas if you buy it in bulk, it could be $13. And so we've tried to streamline that to put it the best margin possible with the least moving parts possible. And that has worked well for us. And it covers the vast majority of cars. We want to cater to the, we're not going to break our backs for that one customer that demands Quaker State or, demands 10W40 or some obscure, we're going to say, go ahead and get it at Walmart. We'll still change the oil, but we're not going to carry that. We're not going to, we're going to cater to the masses.
So are you saying this is how the oil comes in plastic gallon?
No, it comes on a truck and put into bulk tanks.
Okay.
Anytime you can do bulk, it just eliminates those extra embedded costs. With a 55-gallon drum, you're paying for the cost of steel. If the cost of steel is up here, then that gets embedded in the price of that oil in the drum. Lubricants are, it's the redheaded stepchild of the petroleum industry. When oil was first discovered in Pennsylvania, in the Drake well up in Titusville, Oil City, Pennsylvania, there was so much oil, it was actually like seeping up to the river. That's why the creek up there is called Oil Creek, Oil River. And originally it was used to like treat burns and like some other, that's where the snake oil salesman came from. They were selling it to treat different types of illnesses. So then they found when you refined it, it was turned into kerosene. So petroleum was never intended for gasoline. It was intended for illuminating. So Standard Oil, which is Rockefeller's company, was an illuminating company. And so when people had to shut off their day at 6 o'clock or in November at 4 o'clock, the lamp revolutionized the entire country because you could then do a oil lamp from kerosene, which was refined from petroleum. But then Thomas Edison mass manufactured electricity, and then Rockefeller had to pivot. And gasoline was actually a byproduct of refining kerosene. And gasoline, sad to say it, back then was actually discarded. It was literally thrown on dirt roads to keep the dust down. And so when Henry Ford mass produced cars, that's when gasoline became more of a important factor in our business. But the reason I'm saying this is it was a byproduct of the refining process. It's very easy to make gasoline. Making motor oil and lubricants is there's very little difference between the Vaseline you put on your baby's bum and motor oil. They're both lubricants. They're just different viscosities. They have different components. They have different flash points. But at the end of the day, they're lubricants, and they're designed to reduce friction between two things. And the additive packs, motor oil is much like a recipe, and so the different oil companies, Quaker State, Castrol, Mobil One, they all have their recipes, but it all starts with base oil, and then you add these different factors in, and then you get this lubricant. And so what Brian was alluding to with the 55-gallon drum, if you were to look at a diagram of a 55-gallon drum of crude oil and what comes from it, less than 2% of that drum ever makes it to be a refined lubricant. And that includes hydraulic oils, gear oils, passenger car, diesel, etc. So when we have these inflationary periods, they highly affect the lubricant market more so than the other portions of the petroleum market. And by having a uniform system, we've been able, and also having economy of scale by growing as fast as we have, we've been able to at least keep people like Vaynerchuks at bay and have a little negotiating power.
Oh, definitely. I mean, again, we could spend days talking about this. But like to Costa's point, I mean, if you look at, I mean, it's again a very 1 to 2, 3 different, but I normally would say 1 to 2%. And I mean, you got to figure out of that. I mean, there's 5 different levels of base stock. I mean, we can go way too technical on this, but the majority of the oils right now are made out of either a group 2 or group 3 base stock. So if you take that small percentage of what's coming out of a drum, you're taking even a smaller percentage of what's actually being made. And then you get into your synthetics, which are group 3s and PAOs. And it gets kind of complicated. But the one thing that's nice, the fact that we have, again, our own formulations, again, or recipe, And we produce it ourselves, which gives us a major advantage. And even if we're not actually producing ourselves, we are using, and this is very commonplace in the industry, we have somebody contracted to formulate it for us at, with our recipe. Because again, one of the factors right now is trucking. It doesn't make sense if I could produce oil in Pennsylvania and ship it to Louisiana. I would never be cost effective. It would double the price of the oil just for the trucking alone. So, yes, sir.
Yeah. So the first question is, I know this is being recorded. Will y'all distribute this after this? Because it was supposed to be a slow day, and I've had warehouse fires nonstop. So I missed a good beginning of his presentation here. So if you answered this already, I apologize.
Sure.
Josh, we'll cut this up into different segments and put it on YouTube, and we'll send you the link.
Perfect, man. Appreciate it. So the oils that you're storing on site, I know everything's nothing's underground. It's all above surface. What size? What size are these storage totes? Have y'all answered that yet? And there we go. Okay. Got you. And now are these inside the building or are these outside of the building?
Inside.
Inside.
So
Okay.
Brian, did Petro Choice sell off its equipment division?
Yes. I still have availability to equipment in certain areas, but we were heavily involved with equipment for a very long time. I'm very familiar with equipment. I know Costa has a great relationship now with American, which is a great line. But I can, if need be, I can try to help with it. But I know I tried a couple times, and when you negotiate with them, I couldn't even beat their pricing. So,
Josh, if you were to do a conversion, most legacy quick loops have the tanks below grade, and they're just standard 275-gallon steel tanks. If you build a brand new kiosk, then we go with the gravity feed tanks, and that's the next section that we'll talk about a little bit. And since you can't join us on the site visit, we'll spend a little bit of time talking about the equipment. But if there's any other questions for Brian, I want to be respectful of his time. If not, Brian, have a great weekend and thanks for coming on.
Well, thank you, everyone. If you have any questions, Costa has my name and number. Please feel free to give me a call, and I'll be glad to help you any way I can. Great. Thank you for your time, everyone. Have a great day.
Cool. Service champ isn't due until 11. Hey, Cody, did Ruben confirm he's coming on today?
Ruben did not confirm with me. I don't know if he confirmed with Aaron prior to.
I can do this section if he's not available. But we'll just talk about equipment real quick, guys. Actually, let's see, we got 10 minutes. We can take our first break, actually. I'm gonna go ahead and reach out to Ruben, our service champ rep. For those attending virtually, we're gonna take a 10-minute break. Josh, thanks.
Restrooms.
Yes, we got one in the front, one right there on the side. No, just show she do. I have, these were speakers. Oh, sorry.
He's going, but it's fake. It's made of rubber. He's going like this. She's going, I'm sorry.
If you let some people get a little bit of power, they let it go to their head. I saw a video yesterday. A guy brought a skateboard as his only carry-on for a Spirit life. Spirit's notorious for being hard asses about bags. And it wouldn't fit inside their bin. They have the bin at the front of the gate where if it fits in, you can walk on with it. So you can't bring it on, you can't bring it on. And so he's like, you know what? This, he slams it in half, folds it, and fits inside the bin. He goes, it's coming on.
Oh my God. And yeah, somebody could carry a guitar on.
Yeah, I've seen that too. I mean, you have to pay for it. You gotta pay for it. Spirit will let you bring on as much as you want. They're just gonna charge you a lot, like $90 per extra bag. That's not a, I don't know, no Frontier. So there's a weird three-way acquisition. I don't think that's gone through yet because of antitrust laws. So the government's reviewing the transaction.
Question, Carson. Would you be opposed to digitalizing?
I can talk about the loyalty card for everybody a little bit later. There's a reason why I use paper. Digital doesn't go away, you never lose it, right? So why I use this is the digital one's usually tied to the individual, right? It doesn't have the same stickiness, it doesn't have the same webbing effect. So if I give you this card and you want to be the one to get the fifth punch, what's the easiest way to get to the fifth? Give it to your uncle, give it to your son, and then all of a sudden, all these people here, right? And so that those people get their own loyalty card, and then you have those new customers. And as long as you have give them a good experience, that they're all going to be coming back, and all of a sudden you acquire 3 new customers instead of the 1. Whereas, you know, because we use Squares or we use system, they have a really nice digital loyalty system, but it's not in one person. You can't. Well, so then the other thing is like you can physically lose this, and you got to start over.
Right.
So nice little added benefit.
That makes sense. It's not my first rodeo. As opposed to
Yeah. Yeah. What? You want to Atlanta? Yeah. Well, I'm working down. Yeah. Oh, I'm South.
Oh, jeez. 3 o'clock nonstop. Gets me back at 5.
Yeah, I had one to the like 3, and I would get back early, but surprised it's not better.
Nonstop flights in and out of Austin to Baltimore.
Yeah, well, we're early. We're all earlier time, you know, and later time, like yesterday. So, that was one of those reasonable. Right. Yeah.
Hopefully all go on. Year with travel. The worst experience I ever had, this was a number of years ago back when US Airways was flying from Cincinnati to back through Charlotte. And so I'm sitting on the plane, working on my computer, I get earbuds in it or whatever, I get the shade down, and I'm just busy working. Or Charlotte, I was going to Charlotte. So we got, this is.
Hey, Ruben.
So it's late the next day, I go, where are we? Jesus, oh, you have business. Well, actually, you've been so
We're just wrapping up our first
And,
break.
Because there's weather and we run out of fuel. And we're in some place in Tennessee, some small regional airport in Tennessee. And so I look at my watch, I'm going, oh, yeah, my flight in Charlotte's like boarding now, so I'm not making that. So we sit on the runway. Well, we don't even have to the gate or anything. We're just gonna sit there.
Hey, Taylor, if you can hear me, you're gonna go right after Ruben. We'll move back to your slides.
More instructions, whatever, and we sit for an hour.
Okay, great.
Everybody gets to get all their stuff and get off the plane. Drive up to the gate and get stairs or whatever, and we got off. There was another group that were just like doing the same thing. And they were closer to the gate, so I had the worst. The back of the plane against the bathroom in the windows, which is not normally where I'd be sitting. So I was looking at the last one on the plane. There must be 400 people at like 7 o'clock on Friday night. One was small. And both planes left. They left us there. And so, and I was.
Josh, you're near
US
Salt Lake?
Air. Yeah.
Do you ever, how far is Bonneville?
They just dumped us and they don't even have service. And
45 minutes.
so
Do you do any business there?
there's
I don't.
2 bar out of your entire flight. For the first chip.
There's like one girl,
Really?
Yeah,
like
they have a sign
at a
that
gate,
says world's first chip to move.
and 400 people in a line. Yeah, I'm thinking, oh, standing in this line, this is gonna be 12 hours, right? So I just, I go on, let's go ticket counter, see what's going on there. Well, no, ticket counter's all closed, there's nobody there. So I just figured, I'm just gonna stand in the warehouse, they're gonna have to call people in, or something. Like, I'm not gonna stand up at 400. And so I get on my laptop and I really.
I just want to be respectful of our vendors' times.
I'll tell you on the ride back, I'll tell you the rest of the story. This is the craziest experience. I don't even know, I don't remember what it was. Find some else. There was actually one other person up there that actually, they probably were on money, so I was like, finding some home cooked food. And, so I booked something next day. Saturday night, it's like Friday, 7 o'clock at night. Like, we're really back.
No tropical background today, Ruben.
I don't know what's going on. I can't find that one anymore. It's not giving me an option.
I'm trying to tell you to get back in the office.
Apparently.
That's the last thing. That's the last thing Zoom wants.
How's everything going?
All right. Great. We've got a good group of people here today. We have Salt Lake City represented, different parts of Texas represented. Josh joining us virtually is in the Louisiana market. Sulfur, I don't know where that is, but it sounds like an oil part of Louisiana to me.
Yeah,
So,
we
I
got lots of refineries around here.
got it. Yeah, we actually we just signed a lease in Chalmette, which is outside of New Orleans, I believe. So we've got we're moving in Louisiana. I met Ruben at an oil change conference, and I've I've been partners with Service Champ for a long time, and as I've grown, they've been there to support us because, and I'm not going to steal Ruben's thunder because he's got a really nice presentation about what they do, but you know, they have the capacity to serve the entire country. They're perfect for a growing organization that's trying to get scale, and just the best people to work with. Even though I didn't get my ACES file, and I'm still a little upset about that, but it's all right.
Hey, you saw how hard I worked for that though.
I tried your best.
Yeah.
So just to shed some light on, you know, what I was just talking about, we partnered with showmetheparts.com. We have our own showmetheparts.com website, parts.costaoils.com, to help you search for oils and for filters and other products. And we, you know, Service Champ is our partner on that. So our secondary product on our showmetheparts.com defaults to Service Champ products. But they're holding their proprietary information a little close to the chest and not making it easy. So it's all right. So Ruben, everybody, he's in Tampa.
Hey, good morning, everybody. As you heard, yeah, I'm Ruben with Service Champ. I've been with Service Champ since October of 2003, been in this industry since August of 2001. We got acquired by Service Champ. So been doing this for a little bit of a long time. So just to go into who Service Champ is and how we met. First, you know, history of what we have is Costa started off with Julie Williams back in 2014. One store. We built a relationship while he continued to grow. And as Costa mentioned, you know, him and I, we met back a couple years back at a Nolan event in 2019. And then I had the privilege to meet Brandon as well. I'm not sure is Brandon there today?
Brandon is at the Charlotte Grand Opening.
Okay, he's opening it up. But yeah, so I met Brandon as well. You guys probably met him. If not, you will meet him. I met him earlier this year. So as they grow, as we grow with, you know, we're continuing to try to evolve how we approach doing business, you know, try to grow, strategize, see what we can and can't do. But we'll always, no matter what, do our best to see if you guys come up with something that you want done. I'll always go to bat and see what I can do. Sometimes, most of the time, I'm able to get my way. Sometimes I can't, as in case in point of what he was talking about today. But we started his first franchise with us earlier this year. And now, man, you've had a few actually already open up and going. So as of the last one, we had the newest one last week that we were working with, which was in South Carolina. So, you know, our thing as Service Champ is what we try to do is we try to understand your business. Everybody runs a business differently, and we want to cater towards your business. Who we are is what I'll go over, what makes us different, and then what will be the next steps going forward. Who we are, we've been in the industry now for over 37 years. It's been a long ride. We're nationwide. We have DCs everywhere, so we can hit everybody between 1 to 2 days for the most part. But our backbone for the is going to be filtration and everything like that. But as you can see with our DCs, we have 5 DCs. One's not actually pointed up there, but we have it in Maryland, Texas, Utah, California, and Indiana. So those are our 5 DCs that we have. If there's no issues with FedEx or RNL when it comes to staffing, we'll get it to you within 2 days of you guys ordering through us. Next. There we go. So as you guys know, these last couple years have been crazy, right? No one would have thought about COVID. Then no one would have thought about supply chain issues. There's just things going on and on and on and on. So what we've done is we're actually a big enough company that we actually acquired 4 supplemental DCs to take care of the supply chain issues. So we have 2 DCs in California. That's not including the main DC that we ship out of. 1 in Texas and 1 in Indiana. And we actually have plans on buying a brand new state-of-the-art facility in Texas that'll replace the current one that we have. So we'll be able to have more inventory there as well. So we're doing this just to show you guys, to let you know that there's a lot of things happening in the world. Our job is to adjust to it and ensure that you get the product that you need. Name brands, I mean, we're actually up to now 20 companies within the Highline More portfolio. We're a division of Highline. We're the installer division. But when it comes to name brands that you're looking for, we have it. You know, so no matter what you're looking for, most likely we have it. We're known as a name brand company, known for quality. We're not going to be the cheap guys on the street to try to sell you something for 99 cents. And then next thing you know, you have an engine claim and you have to pay thousands. So we're known for quality, and we're also known for name brands. Next. Product categories of what we carry. We're the super Walmart of this industry. We got it from filtration, wipers, lightings, different chemicals that you guys may use, from, you know, silicone to brake cleaners to whatever. Hardware, drain plugs, even janitorial supplies, and shop supplies, first aid things. Like I said, anything that you think you may need, if we don't stock it, we can get it for you. Next. So these are the actual items that are private labeled Service Champ. As you guys know, it's really important to have a private label program. And the reason why is because you'll have customers that'll come and say, I can get this here. Well, the difference is that they can't get a Costa filter. They can't get a Service Champ filter at a Advance Auto, O'Reilly's, or places like that. You'll wind up getting a specific name brand filter that exceeds OE quality. So again, I want to emphasize that we meet or exceed OE expectations and recommendations. We are not what you're going to want get at a local parts store and they could try to compare. They can't. This is more for actually like a dealer type quality service that we're going to provide for you guys. Next.
And just to clarify, when Ruben's saying OE, I'm sure Josh is familiar with this term. OEM stands for Original Equipment Manufacturer.
Yeah, good call. Yeah, good call. Yeah, so to break it down, it's just more or less whatever you would wind up buying at the dealership, that type of quality is what we have. We don't have a generic brand to give to you guys. So why Service Champ? You know, a couple of things. Our strategic industry expertise. The majority of the people that's been working with Service Champ has been with us at least 25 years or more. We've been here, we've been there, we've done that. We've seen how everything's evolving, where things are going, the new trends are going with EVs and everything. We're preparing for all of that. So you're getting an expertise, a company that knows what's going on, what's coming, and then we can advise you on that. Our customer service is second to none. Competitive pricing, again, if you try to compare us to someone at a local parts store, most of the time we're 2.5 times cheaper than them. Our portfolio is huge, as you saw before. I already told you about how we can get to you guys almost 2 days anywhere in the United States. We'll go over the profit building support, and then we're in a strong financial position as a company to be able to support your growth and our growth as well. So the professional support side, we're broken down into 3 different groups. I'm actually an inside sales manager, but I also deal with key accounts. I'll conduct business reviews. I understand where the business or the industry benchmark is. So if you're doing a percentage of sales that isn't what's up to industry standards, we can get together, talk it out, try to identify what's going on, how to get your sales up, even if we need to do some type of contest or whatever to get you guys motivated. That's what I'm here for. I'm here to help you grow your business and strategize and see how can we get that needle moving for you guys. We'll have Julie Williams as your inside sales rep. And then we also have a dedicated customer service rep that would go to your account. Some of the tools that we'll wind up using as you guys hear, there's different people from different parts of the United States. And we have a inventory management program that can help you identify, levels of where you need to be for your specific region. And we also have commodity drop ship. So if you're looking for machines, AC machines, or whatever it is, we can wind up getting all of that stuff for you. As you can see there, we've combined over with Costa to actually, when you're doing a startup order, a suggestion on where you should be at, what you should receive. And this will continue to update as time progresses, because as you guys know, with newer vehicles, there's newer filters. Older vehicles, their filter numbers go down while newer vehicle demands go up. And we're not just a supplier, we're actually your partner. That's our main thing. So again, it goes back to what are your goals? What are your strategies? Where do you feel that you're weak? Where do you feel that you're good at? If you're good, we can always get better. Where you're weak, let's improve it. But just let us know, how can we help you out? Our main goal is just to be your partner. That's our contact information. There's Julie Williams, mine's below. And I think that's it. I think everything else is just questions. Yep, questions.
What's the difference between what you provide and what True Brand provide? I saw additives on both of them.
Hey, that's a great question.
You hear that?
Yeah, that's an awesome question. I will be very happy to answer that for you. True Brand, they suck. Just kidding. We're actually we're a distributor for True Brand. You probably talked to Jason today, right? Was Jason one giving the presentation?
Yep.
Yeah, Jason. All right. So Jason, Freddie, Amber, I umpired Freddie's grandson. I helped his son out. As you can see, there's a relationship there. We're a distributor for them. They're a manufacturer, we're a distributor. So True Brand, we carry True Brand. We carry other brands of chemicals as well. So what's the difference? There is no difference, because we sell you their product. But that's a great question, though. That's a great question. A lot of the people that you're going to hear from today is strategic. And the reason why is because we all try to work with each other, because the more that you have that with distributors and manufacturers that work with each other, the better service you're going to wind up getting. So we'll be able to provide you their product. They're going to wind up coming over here and give you the training. So that's how we piggyback from each other. Or what'll happen too is that if you wanted to create a manager's meeting and we go visit you, I'll call them up. Whoever's the rep there, it could be Ray, it could be Mike. Whoever goes there, I can say, hey, Mike, you're handing over this this franchisee. I'm going to be heading there. Do you want to come with me? And then we'll combine a presentation for you guys. So again, we're a distributor. Those were one of the brands that we carry and we distribute, and we work with them as partners so we can provide a better service. Great question, though.
So I've got one not for you in particular. I mean, you maybe answer it as well, and you touched on it on that one page where it was the suggested inventory. Does, and this may be for Costa, do y'all have the data behind the analytics behind this to show like what's because I realize the facilities are small. You're not gonna be able to inventory keep a ton of inventory. It's gonna be real lean. So 2-day delivery, that's great. So you can keep less in stock. But how do we know what, is there certain market trends of, there's so many Hondas that need this, so many Fords, so many, because every filter is different.
Yeah, so that's a great question, Josh. I'll answer it, and Ruben can give some flavor to it. So Service Champ has all the data in the world because they're the largest distributor of aftermarket products. And so they know what market specific percentages there are based on the millions and millions of data points that they have from years of order history And so Ruben did touch on when new filters come out, that does change things. If we're looking at this screen right now, this 4006 that was in the number 6 hole is at 5.6%. I would venture that's even less than that today. And I would say even 10 years ago, it was probably 10, 13%. And Service Champ has that data to be able to tell you. So when we do our initial inventory orders, we want to be lean, like you said, because we don't want to over order something that's not going to move. We use an inventory system called just-in-time inventory, and that's when you place your order on a revolving basis. And you know, Service Champ will take back filters that are sitting. So if something sits on your shelf and it's not moving, maybe you bought a 1986 Mercedes E-Class diesel filter and you haven't seen one, they'll take it back and you can swap it out for something else. So
okay, so they do have a buyback. Like if you've got dead inventory, they'll buy back or take back, inventory that's not moving.
Yeah. So what winds up happening is when you guys get set up, our main thing is keep you lean, but also keep you to the point that you can have enough coverage, right? That's the important part. Have a decent amount of coverage, but also keep it lean. You don't need to have inventory tied up in your or money tied up in your inventory. It makes no sense. So the program that we wind up having is every 6 months for the most part. We want to try to keep it clean. And the reason why is the longer that the filters start sitting there, they have a tendency of either getting dirty or faded. We have to be able to get product that we can resell, right? So we'll pick it up from you. That's no issue, but it just has to be in resellable condition. So we try to make sure that every 6 months, if you have an issue with something that's just a dead mover, not going anywhere, let's pick that up. Let's get that out. So you don't have money sitting on your shelves, and then we'll send you the stuff that you're actually selling. So that's how that would work. And then also as well, just to give you a heads up, on our inventory, for the stock it guides, we do have suggested levels as well. So if you have a store that's getting, let's say 20 cars a day compared to a store that does 50 cars a day, it will tell you a different level on what it is. So you'll be stocked accordingly on that part, right? Just on what the projections of that store would be doing.
And the whole reverse logistics part of this. So it's okay, every 6 months or however often it is you do that. Is it, and you just box it up and ship it FedEx back to you guys? I mean, is that how that whole thing works?
Yeah, very easy. So
maybe I'm getting a little, yeah.
Yeah, no, it's a very simple process, right? Process one is this: write down the filter part number and the quantity. Then once you have the list of filters that are coming back, you call us up, you let customer service know. Customer service will give you the amount of labels. So if you have all of those filters into 2 boxes, then we'll email you 2 labels. You put the labels on, call FedEx, hey, I got a pickup, boom, they send it to us, you're done. Simple.
Yeah, okay.
Would you happen, this is Antonio Ruben, would you happen to know your success or failure rate in keeping a Costa establishment stocked? Like how often are you understocking certain products where they're having to go maybe 1 or 2 business days without certain oil filters? I'm kind of trying to see how proven is your system.
Yeah, so I mean, another great question, right? So again, what we concentrate on is we're going to wind up concentrating on the filters that you're going to see, or the vehicles that you're going to see from the day to day, right? You're not going to wind up having like a Ferrari, a Corvette, these ones or twosies that you're going to have to go to the parts store for to probably get, just because of the fact of, again, you don't want dead inventory or just overstocked inventory just to try to get 100% of coverage. It's not realistic. What we try to do is ensure that when it comes to your popular filters, your A, Bs, and C movers, we'll take care of that. You guys will, our system is established, no problems. But as you can see there on your top 30, what it's telling you is on your top 30, your coverage is going to be 93.1%, right? Just on your top 30, on those top 30 filters. When it starts going below that, again, do you want to have 100 oil filters to have 100%? No, because that's the 1986 or 1982 Gremlin outside that you're going to see maybe once every 2 years. Makes no sense to carry it. So on your
And
stuff
for
that you
those,
see
they-
more often, we'll be able to get for you.
And
Yeah,
there is
just
an
add a little
appointment
bit of-
system, right?
Sir?
What was that?
You got, I mean, so for the Ferrari that comes in, which in Lake Charles, Louisiana, we don't have very many of those. But let's say someone's coming in with a Ferrari, right? I mean, they can make an appointment, so you know you've got a Ferrari coming, so you can order a filter and get it there, you know, to.
Josh, you'll learn the cadence of your store. So we're in Hanover, Pennsylvania right now, and we service at least 3 Maseratis a month because the Maserati dealership in Harrisburg is not convenient. And so we happen to have a Maserati dealership that's within a certain amount of distance. So we keep 6 Maserati filters on stock. We've done a Ferrari here actually, but that gentleman lets us know ahead of time when he's coming in because you have to get the filter through Ferrari. I don't think Service Chef has a Ferrari aftermarket filter for newer ones, but
Yeah, I don't know. I
I
don't know. But yeah, it just,
Yeah.
like Costa's saying, it all depends, right? I mean, once you know your customer base, you'll be able to do it accordingly because you'll start seeing a trend. Okay, this customer comes in, instead of me getting it locally, I'll carry these 2 or 3 filters to be able to do it. So then this way you don't have to keep going back over and over again. So, but for the ones that you'll start seeing before you get a trend or a feel of your business, you'll have at least 90% coverage of what it is. And then from there, once the longer you do your business and understand your customer base and which vehicles are coming in, then that's when you start adjusting your inventory accordingly.
So for 20 plus years, the industry tagline on this has always been, there are 8 SKUs that cover 85% of cars on the road. And that's those 8 spin-on filters. And that's typically included with the service. That's like an industry standard, is to include a spin-on filter as part of the service. But as of recently, newer vehicles, like my truck out there in the garage takes a canister filter. And those are the one-offs that you want to have a couple on the shelf to make sure that you have that coverage. And Service Champ will have that data. So for example, our Boardman, Ohio store is next to Lordstown. And Lordstown used to be where every Chevy Cruze in the country was manufactured. And those took a canister filter. And everyone in that town worked for that plant, and everyone drove a Chevy Cruze. And it was really sad when it shut down. But that was market driven. If you have a Toyota dealership that's right near the shop, you might see a lot of those Toyotas, and you have to plan accordingly. But that initial inventory will cover that 95%. And then to touch on Josh's question real quick, we have a national account with AutoZone. That's who our what Amazon refers to as last mile provider is. So AutoZone is our last mile provider in terms of if for whatever reason we don't have the AutoZone product, we will call, we don't have the Service Champ product, we will call AutoZone. They usually carry a handful of delivery drivers on staff. We can get that one-off filter or one-off whatever within 30 minutes for the most part. Or in the case of the Ferrari example, if Service Champ does have it, those customers typically do give us a heads up that they're coming in. But again, you'll learn your.
What state is he in? The gentleman that asked the question?
Yes.
Louisiana.
Oh, Louisiana. All right. Just, yeah, I just wanted to look to see what the difference would wind up being on that one to the one that you were posting before, really quick on like just the top SKUs.
Oh, gotcha.
All right, so for our stock guide, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I just want, we have another vendor on, and I want to be respectful of everyone's time, but
no problem.
This is an important part of it.
Yeah, so if you could go back to that one page for me real quick, and then we'll wrap it up. But listen, guys, my contact information is there. So if you have those type of questions, it's great to go over. So for Louisiana, number one is the 2222s, which is number 2 there. The 4622s is, is flip-flopped, right? So that's a prime example of, this could be a specific state compared to what we would wind up sending you. So that should give you a little bit of a clue of what we have, the information that we have that'll be specific for your region to ensure that you have the coverage and the filters that you need. So again, my contact information there. If you ever have any questions on how to do things and how we would get you the product or anything like that, please feel free to reach out to me. I want to make sure that you guys feel secure in the decision that you guys are making, because we are here to make sure that you succeed. That's our number one goal. So again, contact information there. Give me a call. I know you guys are starting to get a little bit behind, but I appreciate all the questions.
Thanks as always, Ruben. Have a great weekend.
All right, you too,
Appreciate
gentlemen.
you.
Have a great one. Bye, Costa. Bye.
All right, everyone get back in the Peter Colvin mindset. We gotta get back into the state of mind of site selection and real estate. Equipment and filters and products is always a fun topic, but Taylor is an important part of our process. And so hope everyone has a lot of good questions for him. Real quick, we partnered with Morrow Hill to be our master broker. I know I'm not going to steal Taylor's thunder. He's going to go through what they do, but outside of working one-on-one with our individual franchisees, he spends a lot of time sourcing grander deals that are fit for a company like us that's trying to get national scale. And he's in talks currently with places like Walmart and Kroger's and different large chains, because that's how you really scale and create those opportunities. And it makes our franchisees' lives easier if we can go in the door with a Meyer and already know the person to talk to see, hey, is this a good fit or not? Do you want to pilot this program? Do you want to test it? And so it's been a great resource for us, and we appreciate Morrow Hill so much.
All right, thanks, Costa. Yeah, so my name's Taylor Lovett. I'll be your real estate point of contact as you move through the site selection process. And tell you a little bit about Morrow Hill. As Costa mentioned, we're a national franchise real estate management firm. We work with some of the fastest growing franchises in the country, and we handle all of the transactions out of our Dallas, Texas office. And we've really modeled our process around the franchise industry. We started working with franchise brands several years ago and really started to see some of the inefficiencies and shortcomings of the traditional brokerage model. So we put our heads together and we came up with a system that streamlines it, reduces redundant steps and unnecessary moving parts to one, move through the real estate or site selection process as quickly as possible, but also make it easier on you, the franchisee, and the franchisor as well. So before we get into the process, I'll tell you a little bit about some of the tools and technology we use that allows us to manage your real estate process remotely from our Dallas, Texas office. So you might ask, well, what about a local broker? Shouldn't they be connected into the market and understand what sites are available and who owns what? Well, with the technology we have at our fingertips, we've got access to all the ownership databases, as well as listing services that can tell us what properties are being marketed, what properties look, what ownerships to reach out to for off-market properties. And as well as we take a lot of time with each client to understand their company culture, their operational model, so we can understand what real estate works best for this operation. And we've got a really good finger on the pulse of what works for a Costa Oil location. So we're able to go in and take one look at a site and say, yes, this can work, or no, I don't think this is going to fit. So by doing so, you're not having to train up a local broker, a new broker
to understand what to look for and find and present. We have that information and knowledge and experience already, so we can hit the ground running as soon as you sign your franchise agreement. Some of the technological tools, like I mentioned, we've got access to the listing services, ownership database. We also have some analytical tools that will help us evaluate these opportunities, from demographic reports, so we can see the population densities and household incomes and traffic counts and educational attainment and employment levels, things like that. But also we have some more advanced features that we can get really nerdy with site visit data based off of your mobile device location tracking. So we can identify a shopping center or a target point, and we can run a report that'll show us how many individuals have visited that location over the past 12 months. And we can actually drill down on the time of day that most visits are taking place, the time of year based off of month. We can even track their routes to and from that point of interest. So we can see, okay, these guys are coming from Highway 198 and they're exiting on Interstate 20 or whatever it may be. So we can really get very granular on the analytical side that can help us. If we got two sites we're evaluating and they're neck and neck, that type of highly detailed information can help push us one way or another. All right, so let's talk about the process a little bit. So once you sign your franchise agreement, we'll set up a real estate kickoff call, and that's where we'll do our strategic planning there. We'll discuss your business background, your operational history, and really dig into your market and identify any kind of target points, whether that's a certain intersection, a certain street or highway or a zip code that you want to target over any others. And then so we'll have a custom built plan moving forward to engage the market and start pulling those sites based off of your preferences. So then once we have our strategic planning meeting, then we'll engage the market. This is where we'll put together our team and start calling on brokers, ownerships, developers, economic development councils, and really start turning over a bunch of rocks and kicking up a bunch of dust in the market to find locations for you. And this can be the kiosk style model where we're going into shopping centers and carving out a small portion of their parking lot for ground lease, or this could be raw land for purchase, small parcels that fit our footprint, or it could be second gen operations opportunities, existing quick lube shops or auto repair or car washes or gas stations, you name it. Some of the second generation options that could allow us, a quicker entry to the market rather than, new construction. So we'll engage the market. We'll pull all the information. We'll reach out to all the connections we've made nationally with, the large merchants that Costa mentioned, Walmart, Lowe's, Kroger, Meijer. We're working with, trying to connect with several other regional grocery chains in some of the markets we're engaged in right now. So yeah, that engage the market process where we really hit the ground running and do the bulk of our the lion's share of the work there. So once we've engaged the market, then that's when we'll present options to you. And we'll do this through a proprietary software that we developed in-house called VisionTrack. And this is going to be essentially a web-based portal where you'll have a unique username and login, where you'll access all the information that we'll upload for each site. That's going to be, things as basic as address, size, pricing, demographic information. We'll have maps uploaded there as well, so we can identify competitors, other complementary users, points of interest, whether you want to focus on staying close to Walmart or a school or churches or hospitals or car washes, you name it, we can add those points of interest into the map so we can evaluate these options and see how the market is mapped out. Also on there, we'll upload the demographic reports I mentioned. we'll have a what we call the deal tracker. And that's going to be where we'll track our timelines and milestones throughout the process, so we can see how, if we're waiting on a certain LOI response from a landlord and it's been 3 weeks since we received a response, we know that the ball is in their court and that we can push hard on them to get us that response. But it allows, transparency throughout the process, that you can see, hey, we're moving along very quickly, or if things are starting to slow down, we can see, where that action item is and who's responsible there. Also, we'll be uploading all the supporting documents there as well. So if we submit an LOI or we receive a lease agreement, that will all be uploaded there to VisionTrack. So rather than having to dig back through dozens and dozens and weeks of emails, all of that information is going to be right there at your fingertips. So we can, again, move through the process as quickly as possible. So even beyond the site selection phase, we can use that tool, VisionTrack, as more of a project management tool as well. So with your attorneys, your architects, your GCs, your sign vendors, your engineers, you name it, we can all allow them access to the VisionTrack portal, so that site plans and architectural renderings, permitting applications, things like that, all that can be uploaded as well. So we can bring them into the fold in that system, and it'll be a central location for all of your partners and vendors. So once we identify a site that we like, we'll put out an LOI. That stands for letter of intent, and that's a non-binding document. So it's not a legal document that will, like a lease or a purchase agreement. It's really just call it a, moral compass or a North Star in the negotiation process, where we'll outline the terms and basic deal points of a real estate transaction. So if it's a ground lease, we'll identify how long is the lease for, what's the rent payment, is the landlord contributing any money, how much time do we have for construction and contingency period, things like that. So we like to submit 2 to 3 LOIs in each market. That way we have some fallback options if our top choice, falls through for whatever reason. But also we have some different LOIs or negotiation points that we can compare and contrast against. So this landlord's offering this much money, or this landlord's only asking this much in rent. We can compare and contrast 2 deals and decide which opportunity is best for us. So once we have the deal points and terms agreed to in an LOI, then we'll go into the lease negotiation phase. This is where we recommend that you have an attorney on standby, ready to review and negotiate any legal items on your behalf. Me as a real estate broker, I'm not a licensed attorney. I legally can't provide any legal advice on a real estate document. So that's going to be on you to engage with an attorney to review those on your behalf. And then once we move through the lease negotiation phase and you have a executed lease, then we're on to our contingency period and construction periods. So we'll walk through those here in just a second. But really quick, we'll want to make a point that you have a full dedicated team behind you with Morrow Hill. I'll be the face, I'll be your main point of contact, but we do have a team of analysts and research individuals that are combing the market every single day, making calls, sending out emails and flyers to try to drum up as many opportunities as we can in each market. So you've got a very experienced and highly skilled team supporting you here throughout the site selection process. Okay, so some site expectations as far as what we're looking for. Ideally, we'd like to do the parking lot carve-outs. I think that provides us, the lowest cost to entry into a market. There's a lot of existing infrastructure in those types of sites that we can build upon and reduce our site costs as well. But some things we look for is grocery anchored centers. We love grocery anchored centers because it's a daily driver. People are going in there, weekly, if not daily, to go grocery shopping. So that's a regular steady flow of traffic that's insulated from the e-commerce boom we've seen over the past few years, where a lot of traditional brick and mortar retailers are struggling. Well, grocery chains are more or less insulated from that. So we love a good grocery anchor as a target point, but also just anywhere that has a good balance of residential and retail mixed together. So we want to be close to where they shop, but we also want to be close to where they live. That's going to give us the best opportunity to become top of mind when it is time for them to get an oil change. So some of the analytics we'll look for, demographics, depending on your market, these numbers could vary quite a bit, but ideally, we like to see 50,000 people within a 3-mile radius. We feel like that's a fair benchmark. If you're in a small town, obviously that's going to be different. Not to say that, less dense areas can be successful locations, they absolutely can, but just to kind of give you some ideas here. Household income, that's a median household income of 50,000 a year annually. We like to find a sweet spot on the household income. We don't want to be too low and we don't want to be too high. We want that, the middle class, upper middle class, where, they take good care of their cars, but also they're not looking for the luxury service at a full service dealer where they drop off their car for the day, get a courtesy car and off they go. So we typically like to see at least 50,000 a year in household income. Anything over 100 to 125,000 a year annually probably gets into a type of customer that is not our target demographic. Strong traffic counts, 15,000 cars a day, I would say, is probably a good benchmark. Again, based on your market, that could vary quite a bit. But we want eyeballs on the store, so we want to make sure that there is good vehicle traffic there to the store. Some of the characteristics we look for, accessibility, I think, is one of the most important. It is important to be visible. We want them to see us, but I think more importantly, we want it to be easy for them to get to the store. You can have the most visible location right there at Main and Main with 100,000 cars a day in traffic, but if traffic's always so backed up that it's a pain to get in and out of that location, that store can be detrimental. So we want to make sure that it's easy to get in and out of the store for the consumer, and that kind of plays into a psychological aspect of, if it's too difficult to get to the store, they may drop a half a mile or a mile down the street to the other one that's easier to get to in and out, and so we want to make sure it's easy to get in and out of. Visibility is important, but we can counteract poor visibility with signage and marketing and different secondary strategies to improve that visibility. Utilities being close to development site is also important as well. That's going to play into your overall project costs. We don't want to try to target a location that we're having to run utilities 100, 200 feet. That's going to be astronomically expensive based on our project costs and puts us in quite of a hole starting out. So we want to make sure we're either close to a street or close to existing buildings with those utilities that we could easily tie into. That also kind of plays into this next point with minimal upgrades for building placement. We want to have to pour as little of new concrete as possible and do as little of site work as possible. Sometimes the market will dictate that, we may need to look at a raw land development. But our first choice will always try to be something that's got existing infrastructure for us to utilize and cut down on our initial site work. And then the last point there, I kind of touched on this earlier. We do want a quality mix of retail and commuter traffic. And by that, I mean, like the grocery anchored centers, typically they're located close to neighborhoods. We want retail traffic and we want residential traffic where we're easy to see on the way to work, coming home from work, and when they're going out shopping. Okay, I touched on this a little bit, but we'll go back through it. This is just a kind of an overview of the process for your real estate negotiations and the real estate process. So again, the non-binding LOI, we get the agreed terms, then we go to lease draft. That's where you'll engage with your attorney to go through the lease review. Now, what I can do in the lease review is to make sure that all the deal points from the LOI are matched up with the lease, so that if we have a certain time, frame for construction or contingency period, we want to make sure that that's transferred into that binding lease document, because once that lease is signed, that is, that's what will be based off going forward. So we can assist with that lease negotiation process and help out with your attorney, but that the legal review will be on you and your attorney there. So once the lease is signed, that's when you'll get started with the construction team and architects to begin drafting your plans and get the permitting process started. In all of the leases, we build in a contingency period. So that allows us to come in, lock up the site, and then begin the work to draw the plans, make sure that the site is tenable for us, that we have use approval from the city, have time to get our plans drawn and submitted for permitting. And then as soon as we get that permit, we can start construction. And then we have a construction period that allows us to build the building before your rent starts. Now with that contingency period, if for whatever reason we find out the site won't work for us, whether it's site work is too high, the site becomes too expensive, or we don't have use approval from the city, or we can't get permits based on this, that, or the other, we can then terminate the lease without any penalty. So again, it allows us to tie up a site that we have control of, that the landlord can't decide that they want to turn around and lease it to someone else, or not lease it to us at all. We have that lease in place that allows us control of the site to do our studies and make sure that it is a viable site for us from a development and use approval standpoint. And then once the contingency period expires or it's waived early, you're off for construction, and then stores open and off you go. All right, any questions as far as how we operate? Any questions on the real estate side?
I got one down in our area, about 4 hours south of you, up there by Houston. They're getting a lot of since '99 got put in that big loop around Houston. A lot of farm fields are being opened up, and they're starting new construction. And you said y'all kind of nerd out. You have all your data points and everything. Mm-hmm. Are y'all aware of some of those that are being cleared out right now for master plan communities and stuff like that?
Yeah. So we've got connections and contacts in a lot of these markets with developers. And so, when we engage a market and we start making some calls, we're always asking questions about, what new developments are in the pipeline. A lot of that stuff, they don't want to keep it a secret. They want to get it out there. They want to spread awareness and lease it up or sell it, whatever their strategy is. So once we start asking questions and call the people that we've talked to in the past, we do find out about developments that are in the pipeline. If people are kind of tight-lipped on that, we also talk to the economic development councils in certain municipalities and counties, and they're always eager to share with us, what new developments are in the pipeline and where is that new growth going. So yeah, we've got a few different tricks up our sleeves to find out where the new stuff's going in.
Okay, that's what I was curious about. Like, whenever we talk to y'all over the Zoom meetings like this or on phone calls, it's kind of hard to let y'all know what we see because we drive it every day. We watch the fields getting cleared, and we don't know how y'all stay on top of what we see.
Yeah. And you do bring up a good point there. We definitely want this to be a collaborative effort. We don't want you to sit back and just entirely rely on us, because you're right. There's it is invaluable for you driving it every day and seeing, progress being made. So we definitely want, and that's part of that strategic planning meeting. Before we engage the market, we will get on a call with you and let you tell us, hey, I see them clearing out that field at, this intersection. I want you to call on that, or I saw a sign go up on this corner, call on that. So we definitely will rely on you for some of that local knowledge for us to dig into. So yes, absolutely, it is a collaborative effort there.
Okay. What you just said really cleared it up, because like I said, sometimes they'll clear something out and you hear the rumors of something going in, but there's no contact number for us to call. But I guess you have a network of people that you can reach out to saying, hey, at this address, I heard they're clearing it. Do you know the builder or the whatever? And then you can do your thing.
Yeah, absolutely. We do that almost every single day. So we know the game plan or the playbook to follow. If there is some activity, we can 99 times out of 100 find out what's going on there.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Hey Taylor, a couple of questions. One, most of the ground leases that you've secured, are they off market or have they been on the market? And then two, you got Austin and San Antonio, I know represented here. Are you going to be able to get us into the HEB shopping, the parking lots?
Yeah, so most of the ground leases are off market. Sometimes, there is a pad site or an out parcel that a group is marketing. A lot of times those are, an acre and a half. So that's a good bit larger than what we actually need. But no, I would say most of the ground leases are off market, and that's contacting an ownership or a developer that has a large parking field with a healthy parking ratio and working through that process with them. As far as HEB, we're active in Houston and Dallas, and HEB is just breaking into the Dallas market. So we're working on HEB. As right now, we're not working with the San Antonio franchisee, but eager to get going in Austin. That's a very active market.
I keep Houston and Baytown in touch too, because we got HEBs coming up, and we're actually having a second one built in the Mont Bellevue area.
Yeah, HEB is a great one to hitch the wagon to.
Yeah.
Well, I know, and he had mentioned the national campaign with Kroger. It'd be fabulous if we could do something similar for Texas with HEB.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. And we've reached out to a lot, and not everybody is as open to it as say the Krogers or the Lowe's or Myers of the world. Some of them will tell us thanks but no thanks. We have not yet to make too much progress with HEB, but make no mistake, that is on the radar.
Good question. HEB is. I have a pretty geeky question, probably. I noticed you had on one of the bullet points about you use machine learning, and I know that you're taking historical data to train your models to provide the analysis. One is how much of historical data are you mining and curating, and how far ahead are you providing these analysis?
So that the historical data we're going on there is going to be based off of that the site visit data, the locational data there, and so we can model the system can model what traffic patterns will look like, what growth patterns will look like based off of that site visit data. Is that kind of the point you're driving at?
Yeah, definitely. So are you using that
data, I'm sure it's a collection of GIS data, and I guess other public available data, but how far are you providing these forecasts, like a 5-year, 10-year, to be able to determine, okay, this is a good location?
So typically it's about 5 years. Now, we try not to get too far ahead of ourselves with the forecast there, because it's really just demographics. We can't do any kind of sales forecasting or modeling based off of that information. And we try not to get, too deep into the weeds on that. We try to stick to the facts and information and data we're able to secure from the location information. Now we can get reports on that, like I said, on growth forecasts for population density, household income, site visits, stuff like that. But that typically kind of caps out at about 5 years.
Okay, cool. Thank you. One more question. On one of the slides, I saw that it was a line to prepare and submit counter proposals. Who's driving that? Is that a collaborative effort? Like, how are we reaching that negotiation, that offer that we want to feel comfortable with as far as the franchisee?
So as far as through the negotiation process?
Yeah, the negotiation, you said you prepare and you submit proposals for negotiation. Who's driving that? I mean, who sets that price limit of what's comfortable and agreed upon?
Yeah, so we kind of have a benchmark of what we think we want to stay at. Obviously, with different markets, pricing is going to vary. So pricing in Miami is going to be different from pricing in Topeka, Kansas. But generally, we will come in at a number that we feel comfortable with, based off of fairly modest sales projections, and then we'll work directly with you, the franchisee, throughout the negotiation process to make sure that you're comfortable with the terms that are being presented and encountered. We're not going to send out an LOI or a lease without your approval. We're not going to send out a response without your approval either. So we'll be the face. We'll lead the negotiations, but again, it is that collaborative effort I mentioned earlier, certainly through the negotiation process, to make sure you're comfortable with the terms that we're pushing for.
Sounds good. Thanks, David.
Any other questions for Taylor? All right.
Taylor, thanks for being on, and I know you have a call in 30 minutes with Kathy and Ken, right? So we'll let you reclaim your time, and we're going to have lunch here. So thanks for coming on, and have a great weekend.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
We're running a little bit behind. We typically start the site visit at 12:45 and 11:45, and our food was delivered super early. Usually the food is delivered while we're over at the site visit. So what we're going to do is we're going to start our lunch here in person. So we have everybody's order at the back, and we're going to have Cody present on a section that we typically have later in the day while you're eating. And that way we can at least get back 15 minutes or so, because we want to spend whatever time you want at the site to make sure that you get the site visit quality site visit. So food's at the back, feel free to grab. We have sodas in the fridge, and we'll spend the next 15-20 minutes just having a short lunch, and then we'll either walk, or we might want to drive over to save the 10 minutes.
Yes, sir. Okay, thank you very much.
And Josh, we're just taking lunch if you want to hop off or mute and take care of your lunch.
Yeah, and so you're doing lunch, and then you said a little 30-minute presentation, and then you're going to do a site visit. Do all have access to that, or?
Yeah, so we're gonna do some of this technology slides while everybody's eating here. We'll have it on video if you want to go take your lunch and you can watch this at a later date. It just has some of the softwares that we use for finding sites and for running the business. We just got to try to buy back some time because we're running a little bit late.
No worries, man.
And the site visit should only be about 30 minutes, and that'll be after everyone's done eating.
Okay. Thanks, man. Can you unmute, please?
Sorry, I didn't know we were on mute. All right, so we try and make marketing as simple and streamlined as possible. Halsey, who will present a little later, is actually our coordinator for marketing. So everyone that signs on with us will have a time with her to go over our independent marketing strategies. But we like to make it really streamlined. We have checklists for everybody, depending on what part, how far out from opening you are, starting at 120 days. So it just streamlines and gives you a checklist so that you know you're doing the right things when you need to do them. Kind of takes the guesswork out of where you need to be at that time. We also have templates for press releases and digital marketing strategies as well. That way you don't have to do it all yourself. You don't have to know the verbiage and the language. We try and make things as easy and simple for you guys as possible.
When you clicked on the mute, it took the cursor off.
All right, so this is made available to all of our franchisees. This is pre and post grand opening. It helps you, it gives you a T-minus 2 week start date on marketing strategies, and it keeps going after you open to make sure that you're still in the right line for marketing after you open, because you're going to have that initial draw in from your grand opening, but you want to make sure that you have that same momentum going forward post grand opening to keep the customers coming back. Pictures, we love pictures at all of our grand openings. We take, most times we're out there as well. This is not a, it always works as well I want it to. This is not a dramatization. This is how our grand openings look. We have lines around the building. We like to do specials where the first 10 cars are free on the first day of opening. There are literally campers that come out 1 a.m. in the morning and they'll sleep in their car so they are there for that first oil change. It's just a fun little thing to drum up business, and then you go from there, and then the rest of the first day and the second day are half price oil changes. That's a really good marketing strategy that we implement at all of our stores, and we've implemented at the 3 so far, starting tomorrow, 4 franchise locations to really drum up some initial business and some real forward momentum going into that. But we also send out newsletters, and we love to put in pictures of all of our grand openings and things so that we can use it to bring to show all of our new potential franchisees, as well as you guys can see how everybody else is doing. Now, we utilize a company called Teradel. It's really important to know your market when it comes to marketing. You need to know the demographics of the people. Is your market primarily older people who like the Clipper coupons in the mail, or do you have a younger generation who is completely digitalized, everything is social media? So if you have that older generation that it's worth the money to send out those mailer coupons, Teradel is a wonderful resource for this, because they have a software that essentially maps out an entire area, and you can pinpoint specific routes.
What is EDDM?
That is a great question. Thank you. So EDDM is every door direct mailer. So that's going to be the Clipper coupons that you probably throw in your junk mail, but just go straight to the trash. That's why it's really important to know your market, because we have this. This is our Ohio flyer, so it just gives us a chance to bring people in at a low price, give us a chance so that they can see the service that we provide, and then hopefully we can retain those customers. Now, like I was saying, with Teradel, you can utilize specific mail routes. If you have a mail route that's primarily businesses, you're probably not going to want to waste your time on that, because that's not going to that's not gonna get to a lot of people. So you can actually, you can prioritize residential markets so that it's getting to houses rather than businesses. There's several other strategies that you can utilize that are cost effective. That's not going to break the bank when it comes to marketing. And we can go over all of those when you get to those points. This is just a really good company that we like to utilize for those purposes.
All right, question.
Go ahead.
So when you say, when it says email ads, how's the email distro listing?
So we actually have, we're actually working on those. We have a get a quote system through our Costa Oil's website.
Okay.
So how it was working was there was a drop-down list of certain locations. You click on that location and it gives you a coupon for it to go in to get your service. Now, because we have so many different locations in so many different areas, and we are growing quicker with corporate and franchise locations, we're trying to integrate a zip code system to where you put in a zip code and it finds the location that's closest to you. Right now, how that works is the emails come to us and we send it to the stores, but eventually it'll go straight to the stores.
So Antonio, that's our internal lead gen system.
Yeah.
Teradel actually works on top of email lists as well. So print marketing, as Cody was saying, is super dependent on your own market, because some people, the direct marketing goes straight into the trash, but some neighborhoods, people live and die by those kind of coupons. And this is a super outdated one that would not be a good idea today with the price of where oil is. So I'll have to update that. But EDDM is a service that the U.S. Postal Service built, and then other third parties build software on top of it, and that's what Teradel is at the end of the day. They're a SaaS company that does direct mailers, and they're one of the marketing companies that subscribe to the adage that you need to put 9 impressions on a consumer for them to remember your brand. And so while we only use them for print marketing, EDDM, they actually have the capability of simultaneously running digital ads on banners, YouTube pre-roll, Facebook, but also sending out emails, and they have the data points to be able to make it all happen. So the mailer drops, the email sent out, the digital ads all happen, so you get that 9 points. But again, supermarket dependent. There are some places that it would be throwing money in the trash to do a direct mailer. There are some places that it's a really good ROI.
So customer satisfaction, going back to our very first exercise, like Costa said, kindness is a huge part, but the customer first mindset is really what we focus on here. When I did that initial exercise, because we do it here too, customer service is super important to me as well. And that was the biggest piece for me. And at all of our stores, it is also a very big piece. So normally Daryl would be here, and he loves to flaunt this. This is his store. We're at a 4.9 rating. This is an old picture. We're at 360 something reviews now. It's still sitting strong at a 4.9. We do a lot of work to maintain our ratings because we reply to every single response that we have. That way we can let people know that we are, not only are we reading the comments, but we appreciate the feedback because it helps us grow. And if there are any problems, we thank them for the opportunity for giving us a chance to fix those. Hanover, unfortunately, they dropped 0.1. They are at a 4.7, but they are well over 200 reviews now. 4.7 is still nothing to shake a stick at. So we put a lot of pride in getting people to come back to us because, as our motto is, the most informed consumer will always choose us. You may be in a very competitive oil market. You may have a Take 5, you may have a Jiffy Lube, you may have a Grease Monkey, all within a 3-mile radius. But our customer service is what sets us apart. We don't have those hard sale tactics. We're not trying to sell you on $300 of auto body work to your car. We'll offer you that service. We're under your car. We might see something. Hey, by the way, you might want to get this checked out. But we're not trying to push that service on you. We're not trying to send you to our sister site so that you can have thousands of dollars of body work done. And that really helps to build and maintain that customer relationship. Customer retention, to that point, we have a 100% customer satisfaction expectation policy that says if we, because we do monitor all of our franchisees' pages as well, if we see that complaints are not being handled properly or in a timely manner, we as a corporate, as the franchisor, reserve the right to take care of it ourselves at the cost of the franchisee. So if you are not responding to these things, we will take care of the issue for you because we don't want you guys to, we don't want the business to suffer for bad reviews and things of that nature. Costa's motto, do what it takes to retain your customer, sacrifice $10 today to make 1,000 over the next 10 years. And it's super, super important. Just for us as a business to make sure that we keep our customers happy and keep them coming back. Because I come from a background in restaurants. It's not as easy to fix a complaint or to fix a problem because you can't have them come back 5 minutes later to get something remade or just to issue a refund. Somebody getting an oil change is only coming in once every 3 or 4 months or so. So you really have to make that impression to be like, oh, yep, I'm definitely going back to Costa next time. Because I can't tell you the number of different company stickers I have in my windshield prior to working for Costa. Just because the service sucks. So once that's what we want. We want people to come and we want them to come back. So we want to mitigate as many issues as possible. And making sure that we're replying to their response or to their complaints online is one of the easiest ways to do that.
And just to piggyback on what you're saying, I think it's a really great benefit and service that you guys will jump in. Like if something's not being taken care of, it's easy to look at this through the eyes of a good citizen thinking, well, I'll always respond to my stuff or whatever. And that's probably true and that's great, but it gives you some security knowing since we're all connected, it doesn't matter, your location's in Houston or San Antonio or Florida, it's all one brand. So it's great to know that, have the peace of mind knowing that if somebody kind of missed their response somewhere else, that it's going to be taken care of. Right. You don't have to worry about it. It's not going to hurt you.
Yep. Any other questions on the marketing piece before we move on to technology? Like I said, this is not the exciting piece. Okay. So first up, I know. There we go. I know, Jay, you were talking with John about this yesterday. So we do utilize geostrategies to help us locate up and coming markets and where people are kind of starting to move out of. So as you can see here, the red areas are the ones where people are starting to move out of. The green is where they're starting to move into. This helps us utilize territories and where the most amount of business is going to be going to. So this is really what's going to help us and help Brandevco locate territories and where is good spaces to put people. We also utilize PM attendant. We are currently, this is our work order system. We are currently developing our own internal POS software that's partners with Square. But for now, this is what we do use as a work order system. If you do sign on with us, you do get a one-on-one to help explain how PM attendant works and how it, what you use it for and how to use it. So next we use our benchmarking software, which comes from Square. So you can map out just how much business you're doing, by time, by day, by month. Square keeps everything very compacted, and you can, know where you need to be putting your efforts and know where you need maybe increase staffing at certain times, certain days.
Does this help like exporting to like QuickBooks or some type of tax software?
Square does integrate with QuickBooks, but the reporting part of it, which is this section is more about your ability to track KPIs and things like that. So, and the ability to take these numbers and then determine staffing based on which days you should have 3 guys versus 2 guys, what hours you should have 3 guys versus 2 guys. If you haven't already noticed, we try to run a really lean operation. And so if we know that from 10 to 2 is the bulk of when we do business, maybe we only have 2 guys from 8 to 10, and then from 10 to 2, we bring in a part-time guy, and then from 2 to 6, we just run 2 guys. Maximize that labor cost and also maximize the customer experience. And Square provides, bar none, the best back office data for no cost whatsoever.
Yeah, so just as a generalized example, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, typically the slowest days of the week. Monday, Friday, Saturday, those are the days that we're really rocking out our car counts. And that's typically when we have had the most amount of staff on. So for example, in Hanover, it's a 2-bay. So typically on Mondays, Fridays, and Saturdays, we're gonna wanna have 3 people on. That way they can keep the lines moving. Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Thursdays, super easy to run the bays with 2 people. They might have to work a little bit harder if they get like 2 to 3 cars in a row, but it's completely doable. You don't need 5 and 6 people standing around, for the amount of work that actually 2 people can handle. I can't read these. Okay, so Square has a lot of report building capabilities. You can pretty much run a report on literally anything, drill down as far as you want to go.
And Antonio, sorry, but those reports do export to CSV.
Okay. Yeah.
Yep, so you can drill down as far as you want to. You can find out how many of one specific type of oil filter you're selling. You can drill down as far as you want to. You can really get in depth with it. The technology is there. You just have to, utilize it. Our inventory system keeps everything tracked. You do have to keep track of what's going out. So as long as you're inputting what's being sold, you're going to have a good steady flow of your inventory system, but you do actually have to make sure that your techs are bringing things in properly and making sure that they're coming out. Otherwise, it's not going to show what's the flow of things are actually going out. Meaning, if they're not keeping track of what oil filters are going out, your inventory systems are not going to show that. So,
but when they put in a vehicle that they're servicing, I guess to look up what filter size that it takes, it's not an automation to where if you
it pulls it out of the system. What Cody's saying is when the service champ order comes in, if they don't add it as it comes in, it'll pull it out, but it won't reconcile if they're not making sure that it's put in. And because we use a just-in-time inventory system, for us, it's a weekly thing. And sometimes when the service champ order shows up, it's busy and they forget and, they start using items before they get a chance to log it into the system, and it just needs to be reconciled. The main point of this slide is Square offers a free inventory system that other point of sale services would charge high monthly fees for. If I remember correctly, the next couple slides are about the app marketplace. Yeah. So The Square's app marketplace provides so many other services on top of that, including sales tax remediation, right? So we use a company called TaxJar because sales tax is something you don't want to mess around with.
Right.
Just want it to be taken care of,
Sure.
and it integrates directly with Square. With these other point of sale systems, you're often having to manually do a lot of this stuff. And so we use the internal default inventory system because the one that Square provides is good enough. However, the depth of the marketplace that Square has for different apps, because it has an open API, which is allowing us to create our SaaS product on top of Square's API, and then it will be fully integrated, the work order system and the POS. But so that's basically the point of these slides, is just to show the offering. And as you guys may have picked up on, we don't mandate a lot of things. There's very few things we mandate. Gusto as a payroll platform, Square as a point of sale system, and our reminder stickers are really the only things that we mandate the franchisees to use. You don't have to use PetroChoice. You don't have to use Peter Coleman. You don't have to use Morrow Hill if you have a best friend that's a commercial real estate broker. That's all fine, but all I'm getting at is the things that we do mandate, that just shows how strongly I feel about it. That's really all I'm trying to say. All right, I think we're gonna head over to site visit. And when we come back, we'll go over the franchise support that we give on getting. We actually just came off another very successful training with 3 of our franchisees. They left yesterday as you guys were coming in. And so we'll go into the details of our support system. I didn't get to mention this morning, but all the chips there are from Utz, which is what this town is known for. Utz chips are sold across the country. I actually found a bag when I was in Cleveland the other day, getting one of our stores ready. And so feel free to grab a bag. And I think we're going to drive over to try to save another 10 minutes.
Will we be coming back here?
Yes. Yep. Who's driving? Cody, you driving us over? Oh, you have the call. All right. Chuck, you want to drive this? I'll drive.
Yeah, no.
Where's the phone?
You're on vacation.
Thanks, Cody. That was good presentation.
Yeah, because I think I'll probably drive to.
You can drive.
Will everybody fit? Including, well, just.
We all came in it, so,
Okay.
and we don't have to get counted.
So he did take that deal at the sign up?
No, he didn't like, because, like I said, whenever you pulled into it, there was already like a small strip center up there that already had your eye. But then once you make it past there, you know, you're looking at Kroger, so you're driving, but they wanted to put him back there. And I was like, no, that just ain't. But like I said, they're working with him. It ain't like they were trying to say, no, this is it, sign. They're like, no, if you don't want it, let's keep working. So,
Okay, okay. We're good. Real cheap.
Come sit in the back. Oh, yeah. Hey, Josh, can you hear us? Josh, if you can hear us, we are back from the site visit. I want to give you some time to get situated back in. Here, I'll leave a note in the chat that says we're back, and then
Yeah.
no. I might have clicked it with the mouse. Oh, Josh is back. All right. We're gonna go ahead and start franchise support.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone.
Hello.
How are you? You guys had a nice lunch and site visit. Josh, I hope you had a nice lunch as well, and everyone joining us. As Costa mentioned earlier, I'm Justin Arnold. I'm the head of compliance here at Costa Oil International. My role is to handle various legal and compliance matters on behalf of the franchisor, such as franchise agreements, commercial leases, ensuring franchisees meet the brand standards of our system. And so I'm sure that I'll be interacting with many of you as you move forward. Today, I want to talk to you a little bit about the various ways that the franchisor supports franchisees as you come into our system from the time that you sign a franchise agreement. First off, our goal is to provide a path, a model for you to follow in launching your Costa Oil business. And, you know, we believe very firmly that if you follow our model and you work really hard, that you will achieve success. You may have heard this many times before, but it's really true here. While you're in business for yourself, you're not in business by yourself, and we really believe that. After you officially become a franchisee, as we discussed earlier, you're going to be assigned to a franchise coordinator. And think of the franchise coordinator as a tour guide to help you navigate the process from coming into our system until training until opening. And so, you know, one of the first steps in that process along that journey is site selection. And you guys remember from earlier today, Morrow Hill and that conversation. Towards the end of that real estate process, you're going to attend training. And so I'm going to talk a little bit about the training that you'll receive. And there really are four components to that training. There's pre-training modules. We'll talk a little bit about that in a second. And then there's classroom training here in our corporate headquarters. And then there's hands-on training at our kiosk that you guys just visited. And then after you leave training, there's post-training modules that you'll have access to and be expected to take that are on Motor Oil U, which we'll talk about next. So our pre-training modules, we created Motor Oil U as our proprietary oil change training platform for franchisees. It's on this platform that you will take, and when I say you, I mean franchisees, principal operators, if you designate a principal operator, and any territory managers. You will take and complete a pre-training module called Motor Oil 101 before attending the in-person training here in our headquarters. And upon successful completion of Motor Oil 101, we will schedule you for the next in-person training class here in our headquarters. So what is Motor Oil 101? Motor Oil 101 is our required pre-training module that focuses on both business management and technical skills needed in our industry. Taking that module ensures that you understand the basic terminology and industry concepts that will be discussed further in training. So it really makes sure that you have a baseline before you come back here for in-person training so that we're all on the same page. All right, so what's training like? So training is held here. We just, as Costa mentioned earlier, we just finished our monthly training class yesterday. A very nice group. I think it went great. But we hold training here. This is actually a picture from our York headquarters back a long time ago when we were in a different facility. So we hold training here, and again, as soon as we certify that you've taken Motor Oil 101, we schedule you for that next class. We hold it once a month. It's 3 days, and we typically do it on this cost is it the second week or third week of every month, right? Monday through
So
Wednesday.
we do it the same week as Discovery Day every month. We've scheduled 12 months out in advance. It's the Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday leading up to Discovery Day, which is always the third Thursday of the month.
Now, ideally, you're coming to training not too early, but not too late in the process. We think 4 to 6 weeks before grand opening is ideal. It needs to be done at least 4 weeks. And again, the only prerequisite is Motor Oil 101. And the reality is that if you come too early, you may forget everything. And so we really want to make sure we're engaging you in the process as you're moving towards grand opening. But at the same time, we want to make sure that you're not learning everything and then having to relearn it later. So training 4 to 6 weeks prior to opening, and the opening is really going to fluctuate based on where you are with the real estate process and everything in your local jurisdiction.
The mobile oil class that you keep referencing, is it online? Or?
Yeah, that's Motor Oil U. That's our university, our online platform. And so Motor Oil 101. It's a very brief module, just going over the basic terminology, basic concepts, so everyone's on the same page. And when we get to training, we're all at least at a certain point. Okay, so training, as we said, is really 4 components: pre-training modules, in person, hands-on at the Hanover store, and post-training modules. So all of that's going to add up to 40 hours. These are some of the topics that we cover. But keep in mind, this is really going to encompass a lot of the post-training modules that you'll take, again, on Motor Oil U after you leave training. And those will be required for you to be able to open. So some of the topics that we cover during training: point of sale software, kiosk safety, recruiting staff, marketing the business, risk management, and financial concepts. As I mentioned, the other part of training is our hands-on training at the Hanover store that our in-person attendees just visited. So about half of your time here in Hanover is going to be spent at the store, engaging and learning the operations of the business. Now, one of the requirements to open is that you successfully pass training. And so you're going to get a certificate of completion at the end, which is going to be required. And we're going to implement, and you'll have to really pay attention during the pre-training module and the training itself, because you'll have a little exam at the end that'll make sure that at least you really hit the benchmarks. You don't want to send you out into the field to open and you don't know what square is. So there will be some kind of metric at the end there. Then you'll get your certificate. This is our franchisee down in Mississippi, and this is when he was at training, and he's now open, Kyle McCardle. All right, so as I mentioned, after you leave training, you're going to be expected to do some post-training modules on motor oil U. You will have access to motor oil U 24/7, and you should think of this as your resource for everything that you need to know to operate your Costa Oil business, including optional courses, manuals, job aids, forms, and other helpful documents. And you'll be able to access these materials as you start recruiting your team, and as you start preparing for grand opening. In addition, there are several post-training courses and modules, as I mentioned, that will require you to take on this platform. Following live training here, we continue to provide support to our franchisees as needed. And one form of that training will be weekly conference calls, a show that we produce. You'll be able to dial in from anywhere once a week and really benefit from our operations team's expertise, where we'll cover different topics like local marketing strategies, fleet business, resolving customer disputes, cash management strategies, tips on reducing overhead. This is your opportunity to engage with us on a regular basis once you're open, to ask questions, and be able to continue to optimize your business. I encourage franchisees to learn from each other too, and you'll develop that relationship, hopefully starting during live training, where from different parts of the country you'll be together and you'll meet each other, and you'll start to develop contacts within the system that you can build on, and as you guys proceed with this journey together. As I mentioned earlier, everyone is going to be assigned to a franchise coordinator for assistance during the pre-launch phase, including site selection, construction, and training. Once your business opens, our operations team is going to be available via phone to assist you with immediate operational support needs during business hours. For example, the situation arises in your business, the day-to-day operation of your kiosk, you've got a difficult situation with a customer, you'll be able to contact us for assistance in guiding you through a resolution to the matter. They will be a resource for your training on hiring and best management best practices, customer dispute resolution, oil change procedures, and point of sale system issues. But think of operations as there to consult with. They're going to, at some points, look at your want to know, okay, let's take a look at some QuickBooks reports so we can give you some advice on how you are marketing your business. What is your marketing plan? How can you get that car count up? Those are the kinds of things. They're there not to run the business for you or to tell you what to do, but to consult with, to be a resource for you as you open your business. And of course, for less urgent questions, you'll be able to submit questions through our electronic channels, support@costaoils.com. Franchise webpage. Every franchisee is going to be assigned a costaoils.com page that will include the information about your business, the address, hours of operation, staff, and you can customize that page as you desire, and make sure that it's properly updated. We have an online company web store for franchisees to purchase materials and information like promotional items on the brand, and you can purchase branded apparel and merchandise as you deem appropriate. As you know from earlier today, we have established relationships with various vendors, different businesses to help our franchisees with various needs. And you've heard from many of them today. Oil, equipment, tools. We'll also provide you with a complete approved vendor list for your reference once you become a franchisee. Here are a few of, and I know this is difficult to read, but you will receive a complete list of our approved vendors once you come into the system. These are relationships that we've vetted to help you guys operate your kiosks without the need to search for your own outside options. But as Costa mentioned earlier, keep in mind that this is an approved list, and there are many items outside of the three main ones that you mentioned that you are free to select another vendor. But when you choose to go outside of our approved vendor list, we ask that you seek approval in writing from the franchisor before proceeding with that third party. And then finally, one of the ways that we support franchisees is through our mystery shopper program. And what this does is the purpose of this is to help our franchise owners who are usually not always in the kiosk every day for every transaction. It's to help you ensure that the operation of your business meets the highest of standards, even when you're not there. And to also make sure that you're in compliance with the franchisor's brand standards. This provides an opportunity for you guys to coach your team and help improve the customer experience. And it also helps us maintain brand consistency. Having said that, I just want to at this point turn it over to questions. Any questions about franchise support? Anything that I've talked about that you're curious about?
Who are the franchise coordinators?
Great. Well, you've met a couple of them so far. Cody, you've met Cody, and Halsey, you're gonna meet her next. So we also have.
And then our third to the trio is on vacation.
He's out on vacation.
He got to go to Ocean City this week.
And our director of franchise development, Brandon Cornelius, he's at a grand opening today in Charlotte.
Now, with the training, I understand that we come here, like you said, we stay here, do the 40 hours and everything. What about the people that we hire? Do we have the manager or whatever also has to come up here, or do we use Oil University and what we gained here to train them back in Texas?
And that's a great question. And so first and foremost, every franchise gets to invite 3 people. We're pretty flexible about that typically, but at least 3, which can include your manager. So if you have a manager hired at that point, a lot of times you don't, you can bring them.
That was what I was wondering. Do we hire before we open? I mean, of course we do. I mean, you gotta have people, but I mean, do we hire them that far out and start their salary then?
No, typically you won't. Typically,
Okay.
It's going to be for like a territory manager. If you're intending to have more than one unit and you've got a key person who's either designated as a principal operator or someone who's going to manage a territory of locations, and you have that person ahead of training, then you can bring them with you. But you're not required to have a manager. And typically, you wouldn't hire your manager 4 to 6 weeks prior.
Correct.
Yeah.
But I was just saying, so once we do our training here, then whatever we do or whoever we hire, we just take care of that in-house in our.
Train them.
That's correct.
Okay.
You have access to oilu.org in perpetuity after training. You can go through the training. The actual training we do is on the website. We go through, we use the website as our training. What Justin's getting at is if you yourself are not going to be the principal operator, someone who does the training has to attend. A manager doesn't necessarily have to be that person. So for example, we just had we had Lou Woods and Andrew Thornton from Atlanta, who are the operators of the Mike O'Connor team. And they're going to do the training. And then when they open their stores in Atlanta, they're going to hire the people and put them through the training that we put them through. But they're not going to be the ones changing the oil. They're the principal operator.
And that's what I was kind of wondering, like if we do hire some people, like run it or work it. We're gonna run it. But then say if somebody quits, do we have to resend them up here? But we do all the
No.
training in-house.
Yeah, you can
Okay.
come as many times to training as you want. We have limited space, so what Justin's talking about is in with the 3-person cap. Technically, like if you're the only people on schedule to come, you could bring your whole staff if you want, but you can, it's a scheduled training on the same date every month, so you can come as many times as you want.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to be there, just to clarify what I'm understanding. So a site manager who could possibly also be a lube tech, if it calls, he or she doesn't have to attend training?
No,
Okay.
no, as long as the person, which could be the franchisee, most oftentimes it is the franchisee
Okay.
who's going to train the person who runs the store, that person needs to come. We have several, so we have 58 franchisees and over 138 territories sold. So the vast majority of our franchisees are multi-unit people, and some of them have from their other businesses existing infrastructure. So I referenced the Atlanta boys. They have a different business where they have a CFO and a COO, and then they take their internal people and move them around the different businesses. So 2 of their guys, who are technically not the franchisee, they came to the training because they're the ones responsible for hiring the people once the store is
Gotcha,
done.
gotcha, that makes sense. Okay.
Yeah.
Other questions? Okay, great. All right, so I'm going to turn this over to my colleague, Halsey Bland, and Halsey's going to talk a little bit about some of our marketing offerings. So Halsey?
So I'm Elsie, I'm a franchise coordinator. I handle all of our social media and marketing. So we are currently creating a company called Costa Services Co., where you can have us in-house handle all of your social media and the marketing. So we will have 2 different charges and 2 different processes. So the first one will be just handling like your Facebook, like answering the comments and messages. And then the second one is handling everything. So all of your Google reviews, all of your Facebook ads, messages, comments, any other marketing you want to do. So like your EDPM, mail marketing, things like that.
The purpose of this company is basically to have a uniform message, because we're not doing a national brand fund at the moment. The only ad spend you have is the 2% required. That's not audited. We're only going to take a look at what your ad spend is if the store is underperforming. But what this does is gives us the opportunity to handle those things. And the reason there's 2 levels is at a very base level, customer reputation management is the most important part of this particular business, but it also can be the most time consuming. Up until I had a back office, I typically would have to respond to everybody, in between doing all my other work, whether it was while laying in bed at night or, sitting in the backyard watching my kid. And but replying to people, replying to reviews is such an important part of this, not only for the face value of it, but the SEO purposes, right? So the way that these websites work is they put a lot of value on anything that brings them back to the platform. So Google puts a very high value on replying to reviews because it sends a notification to the user and then they click on it, it brings them back to Google. That's what Google, needs is that data of the person coming back. And so we brought Halsey on and she's grasped this so quickly, originally solely to do corporate store social media, and it's parlayed into this new endeavor where she has the skills and the ability to handle it on a much wider array and understands the verbiage that we want to use when talking to customers, because it is almost an art trying to figure out what the right words are to say, because it's very easy to get flustered with rude people and get short and have tone. And sometimes, you know, everybody knows this through text, the tone doesn't always pass on. So it is quite an art to be able to communicate with people in a respectful manner that conveys the message you're trying to convey. So Halsey is one of our associate franchise coordinators, and she'll be a part of your journey from training to getting open and setting up the Facebook page. You know, Yelp, even though Yelp as a platform isn't as relevant anymore, Apple Maps still uses Yelp as a scrubbing software platform to put your address on Apple Maps. And so you do need a Yelp profile, making sure that everything is uniform, passing on our marketing manual, things like that. But in the terms of these two slides right here, this is a separate service that's not mandated. It's just something we want to offer for those who don't want to deal with that stuff themselves.
Is that company you say is being set up, or is it?
No, it's already set up. Yeah, and it's just a flat monthly charge for customer reputation management is $25 a month, and full service is going to be $50 a month plus whatever ad spend. So, you know, if you're going to do $500 in ad spend, that obviously needs to be passed on. If you're going to do, you know, whatever.
So this, and for that, we basically get her handling all of our social media and the responses, compliance with it.
Correct.
Sounds like a fun job.
Yeah, right.
Keeps me busy. Really good at it. She handles all of our corporate litigation currently, so.
For those of us who have no social media presence whatsoever, yeah, okay, it's been invested.
What's the meanest thing someone has said to you so far?
Off the top of my head, I don't know.
I feel like I saw someone say the F word, like just F you guys. Because here's the thing, when you do an ad, you're putting yourself in front of people who didn't ask for you to be there. And some of these people, their social media, they want it to be pure. They don't realize it's a business. And so you do get a bunch of people who sit behind a keyboard and keyboard warriors. Yeah. And they talk tough because they know.
Ain't reached to a computer.
Yeah, so people can be rude. I remember really early on having a conversation with Halsey, just reminding her it's not personal. They don't know you. They're not saying it to you. I mean, I've been doing this now for over 8 years, and it's still like when someone says something that's completely false and completely rude, it's still like, it'll bother me for sure, because it's just a human aspect of it. You know, it's always interesting. I'm a big F1 fan, and I've watched Drive to Survive, obviously. And there was this one scene with Valtteri Bottas, who was a Finnish driver, and he was like reading comments. And this is a guy who makes $20 million a year, driving a car for a living, lives in Monaco, and he's like, "This hurts my feelings." And I'm like, "I get it. You're a human being. Doesn't matter how much money you have. It's still mean."
So I have a question. This a contract, like you go into a contract like for a year or
month to month.
Month.
She's got you for life.
All right. Any other questions?
Good idea.
Cool.
Yes.
Cool. So I'm gonna go through this real quick because I want to let Brian get back to work because he's on the clock. For those of you who do want to use a third-party resource, we do have a partnership with a full-service social media group. One of the things that I became known for, at least online to a degree, is social media marketing. If anyone's familiar with a guy named Gary Vaynerchuks, I was featured in his book for bringing our industry into the 21st century in terms of marketing. And so when we got big enough that I wasn't capable, or not even capable, not that I just didn't want to do it anymore, I had to search for someone who had the same values and the same views of social media marketing as I did. And so I met a gentleman named Marco, who runs Blank Studios. He typically comes on and does this presentation. He's in Germany right now because one of his clients is Lidl. And and he's not able to be on the presentation today. So long story short, thus far, none of our franchisees have chosen to go with an outside source for their social media, for their marketing, because they do everything from content strategy, blogging, ad spend, everything. They're a full service marketing company. Most of our franchisees have thus far chosen to mirror our strategy internally and just copy, our monthly ads, our weekly Facebook posts, our daily, content. And that seems to be working for them. I think that Kyle McCardle will probably eventually switch over to Costa Services Company because he doesn't, he has other businesses, and when you're in your first month of being open, you're in that honeymoon phase where you want to do everything, and then I'm sure it'll get old. So this is a really fun part of the presentation, and hopefully it's equally as fun for you guys as it has been in past ones. Daryl and Mark usually drive down here. Daryl is our territory manager. We actually recently promoted Daryl Chuck to be the, I gave him some title like oil change king or something, but he's in charge of all the territory managers now. And we made an internal promotion from because he was our Western PA, Eastern Ohio territory manager. We've put him in charge of basically the whole system now. And our manager in Pittsburgh has been promoted to be the Western PA, Eastern Ohio territory manager. But they come and give an unfiltered presentation on what it's like to work here, what it's like to build a store from 0 cars to what they do now. I'm giving Brian a shot, and it's his first time ever doing this, and he hasn't been coached. So huge risk here. We could be blowing up the entire Discovery Day after all the work we've put in, and we don't know what he's gonna say. But I'm gonna let Brian intro. I'm gonna let Brian intro himself, and then honestly, guys, ask what's the worst part about this job? What's the worst part about me? What's the worst part of all the best part? Make sure you mix some good stuff in. But Brian is going to do a short intro and then just ask some questions about the business.
Okay, I'm Brian, Hanover store. Going on 4 years, started beginning slow. I was just thinking about this sitting back there, and I remember when I started with the original manager, and this is when we were still trying to build up, and kind of put goals in place. And I remember he said about hitting $18,000 in a month. And I remember Ryan saying, I'm like, come on, man, we can do this. And he was like, that's never gonna happen. Never. And I remember that. I'm thinking this is brand new. We're barely known yet. We're only doing so many cars right now. To hit 18,000, why even do this? Because that's not a huge goal, I would think. But I never forgot that. And I just, my drive since the beginning was different than him. God was a great, mechanic. He taught me how to do, I had done oil changes before on rigs, but never on cars, and it's different. So he taught me that side of it. But as far as dealing with customers, he just wasn't good at it. He wasn't a people person. And that's kind of where what helped me in the beginning is, I'm a Redskins fan. But I can't tell you in the beginning how many times I was a Cowboys fan, Eagles fan, just because, you see these people come in and they have a sticker on their car or something and it's an in. I don't know this person, but let me start talking to them and build relationships. So it helped. And especially with Costa in the beginning, he was over there a lot. And I remember one day working with him, he had off and he was doing, and, it was fun. I thought oh man, I'm going to work with the boss. This is going to suck. But it wasn't he got down there in the pit, did the same thing that, I still do, every day. So, I remember when, COVID hit and you see the stress, see it. I'm like, everything's going to be okay. We're going to do what we have to do. And it just kept, going, even though things slowed down, we were still there. We kept building and building. And now it's I'm not trying to jump too far ahead, but it's 18,000, that's terrible now to think we would do that. it just keeps expanding and growing from, like, I keep my previous year, like, and I look to see where I was and what I've done, and, you know, the growth is real. But, you know, like, you have to kind of like stay positive, and like he was saying, like the worst part, I like was thinking, what's maybe a bad part about it? And the only thing I can think of is, you know, sometimes with employees, because just because you think a person like has a great resume or is well, doesn't mean he'll do well with the job. You know, like I'm very fortunate with the story. I had a kid come in, he was 18 years old. Nobody would ever think this guy would be like responsible, good. He's still there to this day. And I mean, he is just as responsible as anybody you could want. And coming in at 18, like, I mean, I remember when I was 18, you know, it wouldn't have been the same. Let's put it like that. But, you know, and to this day, like to this day, you know, like things that maybe I'm not so great at, you know, he picks me up there. Like as a mechanic, I'm not a mechanic, you know, I can do like simple stuff. You know, oil changes doesn't make you a mechanic. But, you know, like, it's just, it helps to have somebody you can count on and take the stress off of me. But I mean, you know, they were just talking about the customers and dealing with them. That is an art, you know, like, I would have thought that it would be different for me, but like, even today, like there was a little bit of an incident today. This is a person that comes in all the time. Like, I mean, realistic, I mean, they have like 4 or 5 cars they bring in a lot. And they were putting a sticker on it and nicked a little bit of the window tint up top. You know, they have like one of those. So they called in, you know, asked what do you do? You know, I just called down to the place that does tint, had them, you know, put tint on it to fix it. Because, you know, you think about it, this person brings probably 5 of their cars in like every 3 months. Am I gonna like let something like $30 destroy a relationship of these people? How much they come in over a year? Like, you have to like.
He's talking about scraping the reminder sticker off.
Yeah, and it nicked like the tint at the top. It had like a sun strip. So like, you know.
Wait a second, I want to make sure I understand. So you got a customer who comes in, y'all scrape or nick the tent a little bit.
Yeah, he nicked the little.
So you get a call from the customer or from your?
From the customer.
Okay, and so the customer calls you, and your solution was to find somebody to fix it for him?
Well, what I did was, because they're asking like, you know, how can we fix this? How can we compensate this? This is, you know, it's franchise day. Like, this is a really good customer. You know, they're very loyal. So I just called like the little tent place. You know, it was $25, I think it was, to put the new one on, like, and just be done with it. Because, you know, the value they bring over time, you know, am I going to just say no? Like, so it's stuff like that when you have to deal with customers that is important to remember. You know, like when I was first starting there, jumping back a little bit, Ryan, I remember we got real busy one day. So we're having cars in and out, in and out. He's getting frustrated. And I remember there was a lady standing by the square. Like she was in the door frame over there, right by the square machine. He whipped the keys over. Now he didn't hit her and he wasn't trying to, but still like she kind of like jumped back, like, you know, she was scared. And that's stuff you cannot do. Like you can't lose your cool. It's very important, you know, it's, you know, pick your battles, you know, in the long run. You know, social media is crazy. I mean, I don't know how you guys are, but Road Watch Group has, you know, this little website
Facebook
here.
Community pages.
Yeah, it's like a community page. I left my phone in someone's car one time. I posted on there, hey, you know, someone who's here with an oil change. Within like 30 minutes, people had like the cars parked at this street, at this house, like, and I was able to get my phone back. And it was just like, you know, so like the people around here, they're, you know, they know what's going on. And we've, you know, we've built a good brand and it's important. Like that's important to me. You know, like customer service, it's just important. You know, you're not going to be successful without it. You know, you need to be, you know, they're your money base, whoever, you know, they're coming in, like that's who you have to, you know, make sure you take care of.
I like to hear you talk. Where does this come from? This aspiration, this inspiration on putting customer first. Is that just something in you, or is that the culture that you've been around for Costa Oil?
I mean, first, you know, I just remember him telling me I had the gift of gab, you know, I could talk to people. So it is important, especially now that like I'm a manager, you know, and like I have people that work below me, like to lead by example with them. Because Cody's not always like the brightest guy, you know, he's still young, he'll have his bad days. But
Not me, not me.
Not this
Not him.
Not
But
me.
he sees me. And, you know, I can get him laughing or talk about his car because he loves working on his car. Something that'll bring him back.
Fiero?
Yeah, it's Fiero. Oh my gosh. Put all his money into that car. What's the point though? Like, you know, like he's done something and he continues to do it. And, you know, I've been very lucky, like very, very lucky. He helps me to do what I need to do and, you know, keep it being successful. But bad, I mean, I don't really have any bad. You know, when I started, it was at a time I got hurt. I got run over, so I was out on workman's comp for 2 years. Long story short, we had like a claim, so I had to leave my position. So the job came available, and you know, I hopped right on it.
How are those days where it's, you know, I'm sure you work full 8-hour days, 9-hour days, and it's not busy.
I mean, we do have some downtime. So this is how I look at it. We have certain things we need to do. Our orders come in, you know, we keep the store clean, we put stuff away. I'll let him go out and work on his car. You know, like if we have a little bit of downtime, like he can do his thing. But like when customers come, I mean, we're there. It's like that. We don't, you know, we don't play around. Like when it's there, we get it done and we do what needs to be done. And we're not like, it's not like a hurry thing. It's just, I hear this more than anything. Oh my gosh, I can't believe that was so quick. I mean, it's not really that quick. It's normal. You're just used to slow.
Right.
So like, you know, these people, they've blown so much away from the model, like Jiffy Lube, like there, it's like brakes, blah, 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 you know, inspection. It's not just like, some people want to get an oil change to be done and they have things to do, like we're busy. So, you know, they don't have time, 2 hours, drop their car off. Like it's very convenient for people. So, you know, and quality, you know, it's good stuff.
Have you ever had an incident where the oil leak, either the plug wasn't tight or it was double?
Yeah, I remember it was like my 3rd week there. This is the one and only time I had a double gasket. So I'm new to this and I double gasketed. It was like a new Escalade. And see the guy, he made like about 3 miles down the road. And he called and said, hey, my car's leaking. Ryan went out, you know, found the problem was a gasket, put a new filter on, installed it. He was fine, like nothing happened. It was okay. He still comes back to this day. But, you know, again, he didn't really show me that part, you know, look for the gasket. You know, I kind of know that myself, but that's something that like, you know, there's a big thing with Subarus. You know, they have a transmission pan that looks like an oil pan. So, you know, I teach my guys this, you know, I take them down, I let them do it while I'm standing there to see, you know, if they go to make that mistake. So like we can be right there so this doesn't happen. But I stay down a lot. I enjoy it in the pit. I still get to talk to people, you know, it doesn't take away from that. So.
When you say stay down a lot, you mean you'll be up on the upper, but you'll still go down to make sure.
Well, I'll go down and I'll pop the filter, you know, do like when I was underneath when you came over today. But at the end, you know, because normally I'll come up, build people out. So I still get to talk to people. I still talk to them when they come in, you know. But I didn't have to lose that part of it for me.
So Ryan went out to the customer with the Escalade.
Yes.
Customer
Yeah.
come back to the shop.
You know, there are things that will happen. You know, sometimes things happen. It's much easier to handle something like that than, you know, making it bigger. Just go out there, you know, put a filter on, fill it up with oil, clean it up for them, and they're good to go. You know, you don't want to have to like, you know, do the tow truck or, you know, all of that. Most people, there's a very simple solution to it. It doesn't have to be like complicated.
Really easy to reach filter.
Yes. Yeah. Like, well, you have a jack you can take with you. You know, it's not too hard. Not as hard as you think. But I mean, if I would have ever thought like I'd be standing here today and still doing this, you know, almost 4 years later, you know, I just came in the right time of my life. You know, I was bored and being home for 2 years, you know, doing the rehab on my ankle and, you know, not being able to work. And it came at the right time of my life and I love it. you know, I don't want to do anything else. I would like to do this till, you know, I can't do it anymore. I don't go wake up in the morning and like, man, I gotta go to work. And there's been days like that, you know, previous in my life where, you know, I just hated what I did. You know, I love it. I really do. I enjoy it.
So Brian, how tough is it to retain employee? Yeah.
It depends. The biggest complaint I used to get back then was, you know, money. Because, you know, like you can't pay these guys like, you know, when they go in these warehouses and make $20 an hour. But they realize when they go to these warehouses, they're gonna kill them for, you know, 8, 9 hours. You know, they're gonna get every single bit of their money's worth and more. So the guy that we have now, our third guy, his name's Pat. He was over here this morning. We almost hired him I think it was about 5 months ago. He came in, the day he was supposed to start, he came in, he said, hey man, you know, I just wanted to come in, like, you know, I'm gonna take the job at Pella. So he goes and works there, and 4 months later, you know, he's back there. Because, you know, I even said to him, like, yeah, Pella, you know, it's a good job, but, you know, they're gonna hurt you.
Yeah.
He's an older guy, you know, and I guess he's in his 50s. But yeah, he's back here.
That's not so old.
I knew that.
Well, I'm 42, so
Yeah.
I mean, I feel old, but
So speaking on that retention rate, I know you said earlier, you know, changing oil is not like hard or difficult. A lot of times you get younger lube techs, they get so confident in changing oil, they want to expand their skill set and do something else. So, I mean, have been experienced that where, you know, this guy come in a year, feel like he's the king and he wants to go off to school, master certification school, and you gotta.
see, I thought that was what was gonna happen with Cody, actually, because he had already had it. But, you know, if you keep a guy happy at work, like he can enjoy coming to work, you know, like he gets to like do his little disco, work on his car on his downtime, you know, that keeps him in his mind. And Cody loves his job. Like I've talked to him about this numerous times. Like I've helped him out a lot. I helped him get a place here in Hanover so he's close because he loves driving. And, you know, he has built it so that, you know, to stay. I think he could actually end up running a store someday. Like I think he would be good at it, as long as he had another good guy, you know. And like I said, that it is important with the employees to have people you can trust. You'll get ones you think you can trust, and you won't be able to. And then the guy that you think, well, you know, that's be the guy that you end up trusting.
So what are the keys to keeping it fun for the employee?
See, you know, like before, as I've been through jobs in my life, I mean, I had guys, you know, that were sticklers for bosses. My dad was one of them. You know, my dad operated his own business his whole life. And when I worked for him on and off throughout my life, he was probably mean to me more than anybody. Now, probably just because I'm his son, you know, they blah, blah. But, you know, I just remember my bosses, like even on some downtime, they're always just like on you. I try to keep it fun, but like, you know, there's a limit. You know, there's fun, and then when there's time to work, we work. And that's what we do. And I mean, if you come to my shop, you'll see that. Like, you can see that's what's going on. Cars aren't pulling up, and they're not hanging out back waiting the customer wait. Like, we're on it. We take care of it. The customers like that. And I have a lot of, you know, customers that I've gotten to know over the years, and they trust me. You know, they know when they bring their car in, they're going to get an oil change and be able to go home. So, I mean, that's what it's about. You know, you build that trust. And you can be the nicest to anybody in the world. And if, you know, there will be some people, this place is $5 cheaper down the road, they'll just go there. There are some that are just going to be like that. But you will see that you will retain people by the way you treat them. You know, it's definitely proven. I see it every day.
How long is your lunch break?
We don't do like a lunch. It's like put it like this, like last Saturday morning, we had 10 cars back to back. You know, we opened at 8, it's 9:06, we already had 10 cars through. So from like say 9:06 to 10, we didn't do another car. So you can eat like that, you know, we don't have to like, we're not gonna close the shop, you know, like, for a lunch break, because, you know, you'll get your time, you know, there's time, unless you're doing 100 cars a day, then, I mean, you might have to like close the shop, but, you know, we just, you know, we eat in between, we get time too.
everybody get paid weekly, bi-weekly?
Yeah, I believe everybody's weekly. I don't believe there's many salary anymore. I think maybe when I started there was.
Pay periods Monday through Sunday,
Wednesday.
paid out on Wednesdays.
Yeah, Wednesday.
I moved payday from Fridays to Wednesdays, and it decreased the amount of people asking for advances on the paycheck almost 100%.
Yeah.
Yeah, Augusta has a little thing where you can like split your paychecks. You can get like half of it on Tuesday. I've seen some of the guys have done. But I don't know, man. I'd love to have, want to shop on my own someday, I love doing it. That's important to do, just find people that like doing it because that will help you in the long run. I don't know if y'all would do it yourself, perhaps someday, but that's important for me. And that keeps me coming to work, not Costa.
What is the biggest customer complaint?
Sometimes, price. I mean, that's probably the most I hear would be price. And I try to explain to people, the price on everything's going up. But when you go to the store and you buy like $10 worth of groceries, it's not like paying $70 or $80 at one time or something. So I just try to like, hey, prices for everything, they're going up, But I mean, that's I don't even see that much anymore, I mean, once in a while, you're always gonna have people that ask about price, but there's always, I remind people, hey, follow the Facebook page or, social media, because there's always coupons. So, it's not hard to find like we have a $20 coupon going on right now. People really like that. So there's always something that they can, find out there.
So, you see the 10-minute oil change all over the place. Somebody has to come way behind the car or two, they not get ticked because they're no longer than 10 minutes.
No, I mean, a lot of times, like, people will drive by, like, last Saturday, we had a really busy day. Somebody drove by, and they were like, yeah, I didn't see anybody here. I'm like, yeah, we've been real busy today. And I tell them it's because we move people through so quick. You're not going to come see huge lines unless they're lined up in the morning, because we move them in and out, in and out, in and out. They don't have to wait. So if you're the third car in line, most likely you're going to be out of there. You're going to be in within 20 minutes and then out. So you're not going to be sitting back there like for hours. Drop your car off 4 days later, come back. Not going to happen.
Do you have people sometimes wanting to make appointments?
Yeah, we still get that a lot. We get a lot of calls for inspections too.
Okay.
I have a garage across the street that, when they call for inspections, we send them over there. He'll send us oil changes, and it's good to have like a mechanic that you can work with in the case that you would need one. I mean, we do. He's great. We just send our regular customers there for repairs, just like brakes or anything. We just say, hey, tell him Brian from Costa sent you over. He gives them good deals. We've had a lot of success with that. Yeah, it's been nice. I'm ready to get back to work.
Need a job in Texas?
Huh?
Need a job in Texas?
He'd said about going to Harrisburg. I like it in Hanover, I like it here. It's quiet, This is a challenge to me. Like, I never thought I would, pass certain stores that I had and been able to achieve too. Like, I still look at it as like a competitive challenge. Like, it's not like, if I achieve this next month, I'm not going to try to beat it. Like, I'm real good at like, I wouldn't call it an upsell because like I do a lot of like high mileage and Lucas, that's not part of your typical oil change, but people need it. And, it helps like they see from me that I'm not just trying to make money off them. I'm trying to like actually help their car. A lot of times I show people their oil, before like, hey, your oil is real black. It's real dirty this time. You might need to, do an engine flush. And I'll show them before and after. I've done a lot of that. And that's worked a lot for me too, like gaining trust in people. Yeah. Texas is far. That's the Cowboys, man.
Yeah.
Redskins, man.
Oh, well,
We accept those.
The Commanders, yeah.
I've been a Redskins for 30 plus years. They're always going to be a Redskins.
We have a group manager's text. Every month we send the two rankings that I said. I don't give specific numbers, but we'll do rankings on total revenue and total car count. And Hanover was traditionally 7, 8. And then last month we guys 3.
No, I mean, we're always like third or fourth in revenue, but you know, like there's a lot of stores that will give us some car count. But you know, I take pride in my tickets. You know, that's like a goal for me. If you need a basic oil change, you'll get a basic oil change. But if your car's running oil and I think a Lucas would be good in it, you know, I'm gonna tell you that. You know, I'm gonna like try to help your car save money in the long run instead of like having something happen, run out of oil and break a motor, you know, stuff like that. But I mean, that helps out a lot, you know, especially with sales.
The manager group text is a double-edged sword because before Brian and Daryl started becoming friends, we got him addicted to DraftKings.
Oh.
Now he has a new vice.
Yeah. Daryl's great. I don't know if you guys met him, but I talk to him every day. He's awesome. Really good guy. Help you with anything. Any questions, anything, he would help. Knows the stuff too.
That's it. Anybody? Josh, do you have any questions for Brian while we got him? Otherwise, I'm gonna send him back to the pit like what's his name from the Goonies?
Sloth.
You all set? Okay.
Thanks, Brian.
Thanks,
Thanks,
guys.
appreciate
Have a
it.
good day. Congratulations.
Have a good
Alright,
day.
it's,
Be safe.
Have a good one.
Thanks, buddy.
All right, Chuck.
Yeah, thanks.
That was really great.
You're up.
Huh?
All right. Well, this will be fair because I know we're a little behind. We get to the airport, but on behalf of all of us, thank you for coming here, spending your whole day, and everything with us. This was a great group. Really, and I had fun with you guys last night too.
No.
It was great.
No.
This was fun. This was like one of the funnest groups. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. A lot of Texas people. Good job. So, but anyways, it's very simple from here. You're gonna leave here now, and in your mind, your gut's telling you, wow, this seems really great, or it doesn't. So, and if your gut's telling you, yeah, the check boxes are there, this seems great, then fantastic. Then I can help you going forward to make it a reality. And if you're leaving here thinking, I'm not quite sure, there's probably a reason for that, and keep looking for something else. We'll have a meeting with Costa, his team on Monday. So we'll find out Monday morning in terms of they'll discuss, the candidates that are here and online or whatnot, and let us know thumbs up, thumbs down, whatever. And Michael or Chris or whoever you're working with will be in touch with you right after that to let you know what's going on. And if it's thumbs up, even if you're not 100% sure, you'll get a call set up with me, a decision call. And it's not, if you've ever done the timeshare presentation, have you ever gone on one of those trips? They're like hardcore.
Yeah.
At the end, it's not like that. Like honestly, like if you're out, you're out. If you're in, you're in. That's great. We just want to know if you're out. And if there's a couple like minor little things you need to just kind of look into this or whatever, we put a little checklist together and kind of have a quick timeline, just be able to get that decision. We are looking for people that just, not only, I mean, you wouldn't get invited out here if your backgrounds and stuff weren't a good fit in terms of, what we're looking for, but it's really kind of that passion and enthusiasm. And, you could hear Brian talking, and if you heard Daryl and the other guy talking, there's so much passion, people just love it. So we're just looking for franchisees that are going to really love the business. That sort of thing. So anyway, so next steps will be a call from Michael or Chris, then hopefully a call with me. And then if you're going to go forward, then I'll help you just some of the logistics in terms of we'll finalize your territory, however many territories you want, get those all drafted out, get information that we need for your agreement, get the agreement put together, sent out to you, get it signed, wire in your funds, and then you're off to a welcome call like within a few days, and probably a couple days after that, you're having to kick off all more help getting into the session. So that's pretty much it. Any questions about any of that? And we'll be in the van with you on the way to the airport. Yeah. All right. Well, that's it. Thanks again.
Oh, yeah,
Thank
thanks,
you.
Seth. to today, I've been saying Costa.
Costa, yeah.
Costa, yeah.
Like Costa Rica.
Yeah, I know, Costa, yeah.
Mhm.
Y'all wrap vehicles, Costa?
I got a wrap guy, if you saw my box truck. And he also did the reception area with our NASCAR.
Oh, hell yeah. Yeah. we talked about that.
That's nice meeting you.
I mean, there's probably not.
Okay.
Jay. Yeah.
We're in Texas, so.
We'll be in touch. Sure. Like I said, I want to talk to that Brian guy again, that's over there in Katy, see how he's doing.
Well, was it from the
Last time I
phone?
talked to him,
Was it
he's
from
on
the
vacation.
phone that you
So I
searched
didn't want to hold him up. I was like, okay.
No, we'll talk a little bit.
Costa Oil right in.
I just want to get his time, though.
Yeah.
I mean, we can all zoom down, zoom it.
Yeah. Keep things, aligned.
Yeah.
Email, whatever, we'll start email chain.
Yeah.
Just got to make sure that it's not recognizing the device and that you look for that site, because Google will based off your behavior. That's why when we do that, I'll have like people have search. Yeah, view of the results.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, that'll be, I want you to email and we'll be going, and I'll get Brian, just go ahead and get going.
Yeah.
Well, you want to put down your email?
For an email chain.
We're gonna get a Texas network going.
Yeah.
Usually it's like, if someone actually.
Take it over.
So-and-so.
Like I said, I was gonna talk also, I said, when we bought that map, it shows like 8 of them built inside both 99
Make sure you don't
loops.
copy paste
But
it, 'cause that'll-
Other side of
You
you.
never accidentally close the cards, you over here. You're never getting a feeling where it feels like nothing, and then all of a sudden there's too much. The regen blends in really nicely. So like all of it.
I was wondering, where we pulled up when we first started looking at this.
Hey, Costa, are you there?
Inside the 99 loops, all kinds of picture, like 8 of them.
So those were the territories that we sold. So part of what we want to do is as people enter our system, we want to get their location into our website as quickly as possible so that Google recognizes it. So that when the store does open, you're not starting from having 0 Google ranking. You'll already have something, even if that's not the exact address, even if that's not where it ends up being, Google knows that it costs the oil is the fee.
It's coming somewhere right there.
So Google will scrub that from our website because our master website is very highly ranked in Google. And then once you create that Google My Business profile and you tie it together, you're already going to be, 1, 2, 3 on the searches for the change area.
Now, is there a way we can get in touch with the guy or the guys that already bought those territories?
Yeah, so one of our Houston franchisees bought 10 territories, Sam Darn. And then we have another Houston franchisee who bought 1 territory that's like right in, he's butting heads with a couple of Sam's territories. No. Brian Hollister.
Michael looked us up at the guy, we talked to him, he's on vacation, much, he's more or less in the northwest.
Yeah, so he's like Cyprus?
Yeah.
Yeah, Houston was our first territory we sold actually, in Katy. But then Julio and Anna, whose family lives in San Antonio, like Luke Brownsville. So he moved his territory from Houston to San Antonio.
Okay.
Not quite San Antonio proper, but somewhere in there, but he was our very first one.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he recently got laid off by a lot of that going on in Texas right now. So Lumberjay and those guys are.
Ready? Ready.
Well, man, I do appreciate your time.
Great to meet you guys.
Thank you so much.
Dinner with you guys.
Thank you.
Yes, sir, man.
Thanks for coming.
You too. Good seeing you, brother.
Yeah, you too.
Have a safe trip.
We had fun last night. Fun last night.
You're coming with us, right?
Yeah, we're.
Yeah, we were our tested manager, Daryl, that he's on notice. Brian, you. But they're all on job. Yeah.
I'll let you know. Those little sweeties, I'll let you know.
Yeah.
All right, bye, Elsie. See you next month.
No, she got.
Yeah, she will. All right.
Good.
Good. Bye, guys. Thank y'all so much.
Right, take care.
Oh, for you, yeah. What we used to have to do when we were in Cleveland. I mean, you would fly, which would be it'd be a 5-hour ordeal, but I would drive. So it's nice to be able to. Yeah, he did, and he admitted he was wrong. I get home to help Kate because she kept Charlie home. She's technically supposed to work today. We're not going to drive to Maine. We were going to leave right after this, but we decided one more night in our own beds with Charlie in her own bed, and then maybe we'll gauge tomorrow morning and go. Gonna visit your uncle? So my mom called me to tell me that the court handed down the decision today that they're allowed to use their counsel. So everything should move through arbitration fairly quickly now. Because his objection to remove the stay was, his application to remove the stay was rejected. They got the decision that they're allowed to use their counsel. So now the only thing left, because there's nothing left for him to appeal or object to, is the arbitration itself of the joint tenancy share. Did someone forget their?
Should we throw these away?
No, save them for next time.
Yeah, so they're the same each time.
Yeah, it's just all of us signing and saying, wait, it doesn't have. No, it just says thank you. Yeah. Man, I really like the Houston people, and they're organic.
Yeah, they seem nice. This guy was kind of.
I think it was like that throughout. Well, it might be his personality too, because he's a Mapco tool distributor, which is a type of franchise. No, I think he was like that throughout the whole thing. You know what? I was very happy with it. Well, how about this? How about I just today? Yeah, pretty much. It's the same thing as, red routes or, basically, oxygen routes. Yeah, those are. So I think that's the biggest thing right now. That we're hiring drivers. A lot of saying, same thing as FedEx. You know, FedEx drivers are very strong. FedEx. Yeah, I think we definitely need to have discussions. Yeah, but we definitely need to be more figure out. But I well, I never trained. I didn't train Cody. I did. We did a training with Aaron Halsey, Cody, that I was a part of. That we were supposed to. One of the week side of having to change my schedule. The week I was supposed to, I wasn't supposed to. So on that Monday that I how I do it. Watch me do it. And then the Monday following is supposed to be have them try it. Tuesday. So that's what we do. Oh, I agree. That's why I try to start things that bit. Yeah. So where did that number come from? That franchise. So we never had speaking of not having a training, we never really had a sit down to go through our operation manual with Brand F. They just kind of made it based on loose conversation, I suppose. About what you were up against the gun. Yeah, that's not a research. That's good. That's good. I was. So now we're charging that money. We are charging that money. There's just people that we made promises to. Paid for a lunch. Paid. And then we chase the money. And it's weird because Peter was like, I told him that this would happen. It's like we paid it, now we have to chase our franchisee for money. But Brian Padillo did not reimburse us. And so he's like, well, do you want me to chase that money? I was like, well, then why don't you just do it in the first place? If you're offering to chase the money, then you do it in the first place, so we don't have to be the bad guys to the franchisee.